270. After visiting the Saber Master Room, Chen Pingan and Jin Su finally went to the Jingjian Pavilion. This way, they did not have to take too many detours and did not have to take too many unnecessary detours. Previously at the Saber Master Room, the screen wall was filled with lists. Chen Pingan found 3 familiar names, Cui Dong, Su Ruo, and Song Zhangqiang. Among them, Cui Dong had the most number of listings, as many as 6. The people who posted the listings came from 4 different continents. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular this former first disciple of the literary saint was in the vast world. Su Ruo from the Mo clan and the vassal of Dali each had one. The reason was very strange. The person who posted the bounty on Su Ruo was a lady named Jade Water, Primordial Lady of Lofty Lake Lu Roshi. Her words were full of hatred and affection. As for the person who posted the bounty on Song Zhangqiang, his name was Han Wanjian of the Gold Armor Continent. This person probably had too much money and nowhere to spend it. His reason was that he felt that the small Aquarius continent was not worthy of having a martial arts grandmaster. When Chen Pingan and Jin Su turned to leave, they passed by a group of 3 people on the other side of the street. Chen Pingan couldn't help but take another look because the woman was too tall. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her figure was well proportioned. There was a sheathless longsword hanging from her waist, as if it was a freshly made sword. Under the sunlight, as the tall woman walked, the longsword reflected waves of snow-white rays of light. In fact, it was not only Chen Pingan. The people on both sides of the street, without exception, were all looking at this strange lady. A handsome man was walking side by side with her, whispering to each other. The lady nodded occasionally and said very little. Behind the 2 of them was a middle-aged retainer. He had a strong murderous aura that was difficult to conceal. Either he was a pure martial artist below level 7, and had not formed a golden body, so he could not hide his aura. If he was above level 7 and still had such a presence, then it was a little scary. Among the thousands of sword cultivators in the vast world, the one in the central divine continent was the most extreme example. Even though Jin Su had walked far away, he could not help but turn back to look at the woman's back, reluctant to part with her. Although the woman didn't say anything, didn't wear luxurious clothes, and didn't even have a devastatingly beautiful face, Jin Su was envious of such a woman. He couldn't explain it clearly. Some people were always so different. One look at them and they would be remembered for many years. As for some people, no matter how many years they looked at it, they still didn't have it in their hearts. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to it. He quickly walked on his own path, sipping his wine as he thought about the stone arch bridge in his hometown. Of course, as he thought about it, he also thought about the golden arch bridge in the sky. The sea of clouds stretched as far as the eye could see. Along the way, the tall woman had never looked at anyone. She walked all the way to the screen wall of the saber room, raised her head, and quickly browsed through the bounty list. She was not interested in most of them and was too lazy to look at them. Finally, her eyes stopped at a list on the top left corner, and her eyes lit up. On this trip south to the Hanging Mountain, she had boarded the ferry Mirage under the name of her dynasty and traveled all the way to the north of the Central Plains. She had flown past one of the 5 Great Lakes, Lofty Lake, the world's largest mountain, Mount Suishan, and then the southern Whirlpool continent. She had remained in her room the entire time, flipping through an ancient book from a destroyed dynasty's treasury. She had not shown herself, thinking of something to do on her way back north after tempering her sword in the Hanging Mountain. She reached out and pulled the bounty list into her hand. She said indifferently in the direction of the saber room's door, "I accept this bounty." The handsome man had been muttering to himself as he followed the tall woman's gaze. When she stared at the list, he muttered to himself, "Don't tear this one, don't tear this one, any other one will do." In the end, the heavens didn't go as he wished. The woman just had to tear down this old list that had been posted for who knew how many years. The Grand Master retainers behind the man and woman were all smiles, not surprised at all. They had long known that this would happen. The man said with a long face, "Imperial Tutor, do we really have to go to White Emperor City and cause a ruckus? Isn't that demonic overlord close to us only a few ranks lower than the city lord of White Emperor City? He's also one of the 10 great demons of the world. Why doesn't the Imperial Tutor look for him? On this trip, I might just be warming a pot of wine for the Imperial Tutor in the palace." Although this demon is wary of the Imperial Tutor in recent years and has gone into seclusion, there's even news of him relocating his sect. She smiled and interrupted the man's words. "The reason I was able to break through is because of that person. I forgot to tell His Majesty that I've already killed him." The man was stunned for a moment. He said regretfully, "Why didn't the Imperial Tutor persuade him to surrender?" "If he had such help," the tall woman smiled again. "He did, but he proposed a condition. He wanted me to be his concubine. I thought about it and felt that it would be easier to get rid of him than to serve him tea." The man first sighed, then came to a realization. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Imperial Tutor, tell me directly. Did you say these words before the fight?" The woman felt a little guilty. She smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "His Majesty is wise." Afterwards, that demon knelt at her feet and begged for mercy, kowtowing and admitting his wrongs. She didn't agree. After leaving that mountain of corpses, she galloped on a mountain path. The head of the spear in her hand was still hanging on the spearhead. She originally wanted to take it to the Imperial Palace in the capital to show it to His Majesty and see what the great demon looked like. But when she thought that the Emperor would most likely blame her for not considering the big picture, she shook her wrist and shook the head off the spearhead. In this way, she could pretend that nothing had happened. Thus, she felt a little sorry for the Emperor beside her. An emperor who even asked her about the Empress's dethronement, the Crown Prince's choice, and the location of his mausoleum was very difficult to find in the vast world. She had to cherish him. The man was a little numb from his heartache. He weakly said, "Then I'll have someone send a message to the capital and have them bring that armor for the Imperial Tutor. The city lord of White Emperor City is too invincible. The Imperial Tutor cannot lower his guard." She suddenly shook her head, her eyes burning. "If we were to engage in a battle of life and death with White Emperor City, there would be no difference whether we wore that armor or not. There is no need for His Majesty to do this." The man's tone was heavy. "I've begged you many times. I'll beg you one more time. Don't fight to the death. Just decide victory and defeat. Then you can look at the rosy clouds with the city lord of White Emperor City, play chess, and take a stroll by the river." The tall woman glanced at him and smiled. "Does His Majesty want the city lord of White Emperor City to one day marry into our dynasty?" The man gave her a thumbs up and shamelessly said, "Imperial Tutor's plan is flawless." The woman indifferently said, "The only thing I want to marry in this life is the martial path." The man sighed and didn't say anything else. When the tall woman took down the list, no one from the saber room went out to socialize. All the chi refinement warriors near the screen wall had already scattered. The new top 10 experts of the Central Divine Continent were naturally those who had appeared in the past 100 years. Otherwise, they would be excluded. In the end, the original 10 were all chi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms, such as the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master, but now there were only 9. This was the first time in the history of the world that a pure martial artist had entered this list. Furthermore, that female martial god charged into the top 5 in a spurt of energy. The 4th person was the city lord of White Emperor City. The tall woman turned to the retainer behind her and said, "You will go to the Aquarius continent for me. If he is really unwilling to hand over the scabbard, then forget it." don't force him. The retainer man nodded. Before entering the Jingjian pavilion, Chen Pingan and Jin Su each had their own thoughts. Chen Pingan wanted to see if the Jingjian pavilion had the bamboo hat man's sword. If there was, what was its name? How many demons of the upper 5 realms had been slain by the sword? And Jin Su wanted to admire the swords of those female sword immortals. Both of them had their own needs, so they went their separate ways. The venerating sword pavilion was divided into 2 levels. The sword replicas on the upper level were not open to the public, while the first level allowed one to walk all the way in. Because the sword replicas were placed in a room according to the demon-slaying record every 1,000 years, the number of immortal swords in the room varied. However, none of the rooms appeared empty, only divided into more and more. Chen Pingan looked around, memorizing the ancient names one by one, and then came to a conclusion. The people who could carve words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi and their swords should be secretly enshrined on the 2nd level. The design of the Jingjian pavilion was extremely meticulous. Every sword imitations, other than being placed on a sword rack with their own characteristics, behind the sword rack, there would be a painting of a sword immortal that was half the height of a person. It was extremely lifelike, but it was not accurate to call it a painting. It was condensed from white mist, and the fine details could be seen, as though it was still alive. Although there were more imitations of the male sword immortals, Chen Pingan saw them quickly, while Jin Su saw them slowly. In the end, Chen Pingan and Jin Su met in the last room, and coincidentally, the 2 of them stood side by side at the same time. One of them looked at the male sword immortals, Zhu Yu, and his face changed, while the other stared at the female sword immortals, Yu Huang, with a complicated expression. The key point was that the male and female sword immortals did not look like paintings. Suddenly, someone pushed Chen Pingan aside, cursing. Anyway, Chen Pingan did not understand the language, but his tone was very harsh. That person spat at the sword rack and imitations, and at the same time, did not have a good attitude towards Chen Pingan, who was standing there. He said a bunch of words that confused Chen Pingan. That person seemed to have realized that the young man with a sword on his back could not understand their language, and left angrily. Jin Su sighed, "Let's go." Chen Pingan had heard Wei Pai mention this past when he was outside the bamboo tower in Luopa Mountain. Not to mention the invasion of the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the demon race, there was the soul-stirring capture and slaughter that was used to decide the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or the demon race to return the remaining flying swords of the sword cultivators. Wei Pai said that outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a pair of male and female sword immortals died in battle. It was extremely tragic. 2 great sword immortals with outstanding achievements and superb swordsmanship were actually killed by the great demon Array in front of everyone. Array / both of them. Chen Pingan looked at the male sword immortal's name, and then turned to look at the female sword immortal's name. Jin Su was puzzled. "Chen Pingan, are you still not leaving?" Chen Pingan grunted, "You go back to the inn first. I plan to take a look at the venerating sword pavilion again. After all, this place is open 24 hours a day." She asked, "Do you know the way back?" Chen Pingan still did not raise his head. He nodded and said, "I do." Jin Su felt a little strange, but she only thought that the young man who carried the sword case all day long was too longing for the sword immortals in the world and was reluctant to leave. She walked out of the room at the end of the hall and walked past each room. It was as if time flowed backward, hundreds, thousands of years. There were many foreign guests who came to the venerating sword pavilion to worship the sword immortals. Most of them were polite. Even the young man with the sword on his back who had been standing in front of the dogwood imitation, squatting in the latrine and not shitting, did not say much. However, there were also people with bad tempers like the previous person. They either sneered or ridiculed the two sword immortals' swords that had once killed a total of 11 demons in the upper 5 states. Some even spat at the sword rack and the imitation. Chen Pingan did not understand what they were saying. However, he could feel the anger, ridicule, indifference, ridicule, and gloating of those people. It was fun, interesting. Chen Pingan did not like this feeling. It was just like when he was on the sea outside Osmanthus Island. It was as if there was only malice left in the whole world. After Chen Pingan was knocked away by a burly man, the man strode forward and was about to smash the sword rack with a punch. At this moment, a middle-aged Taoist nun with a fishtail hat appeared out of thin air and smiled. "You can't destroy the collection of the venerating sword pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences." The man resentfully withdrew his fist and asked, "Can I spit? Is it against the rules of the inverted hanging mountain?" The Taoist nun smiled but did not say anything. The man understood tacitly. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the sword rack and turned to leave. The people next to him clapped and cheered. The burly man felt more and more heroic. He had done something that was very satisfying. Chen Pingan still did not understand anything. He silently walked to a corner of the room and squatted down to drink. Only at every interval when there were few tourists, he would quickly get up and wipe off the spit on the two imitation swords and the sword rack. After quickly wiping it clean, he went back to the corner to drink. Over time, some people mistakenly thought that the young man with a sword on his back was a handyman of the venerating sword pavilion who was responsible for looking after the room, lest the two imitation swords of the sinners of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were destroyed. Chen Pingan stayed in the room of the venerating sword pavilion until night time. The tourists were getting fewer and fewer, so he got up less and less often. In the darkness of the night, no one had come to this room for a full hour. Chen Pingan left the venerating sword pavilion and sat on the steps outside. He held the sword-nourishing gourd but no longer drank. His lips were tightly pursed. The male sword immortal was surnamed Ning. The female sword immortal was surnamed Yao. There was once a girl who introduced herself to Chen Pingan. "Hello, my father's surname is Ning and my mother's surname is Yao, so I'm called Ning Yao." During the battle with the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, the girl's words clearly meant that her parents were still alive. Moreover, from her performance in the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, she did not seem like someone who had lost her parents. Therefore, even when Wei Pai mentioned the death of the sword immortal couple at Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan did not even think about that girl. But looking back, there were already clues. She did not like to mention the word fierce on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She said that her future man must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world, the Great Sword Immortal. She had long traveled the vast world alone and asked someone to forge a good sword. Chen Pingan hugged his knees and sat on the steps. The sword case on his back contained the demon-slaying and demon-slaying swords that he named. The sword-nourishing gourd at his waist contained the 1st and 15th swords that he named. The straw sandals on his feet were also a pair. The young man's back was facing the Jingjian pavilion. In the innermost room, Zhu Yu and Yu Huang still depended on each other. Chen Pingan sat on the steps in a daze for an unknown period of time. He only stared blankly ahead. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and saw a girl standing not far away. She frowned slightly and went straight to the point. "Chen Pingan, why was the letter sent to my house not written by you but by Wanshou? What's wrong with you?" Chen Pingan seemed to have been struck by lightning. He did not answer the question. "It's been a long time, Miss Ning." She looked at the silly look and sighed helplessly. She sat beside Chen Pingan and said unhappily, "It's been a long time." "How long has it been?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and then scratched his head. For some reason, Chen Pingan felt like a long time had passed. He walked thousands of miles. He practiced millions of punches. She glanced at the guy sitting upright and still, then looked at the sword case on his back. She suddenly laughed and could not help but say, "Chen Pingan, you're a..." Ning Yao inexplicably discovered that this fearless fool did not wait for her to finish speaking. She was so scared that she started to sweat. 271. Chen Pingan didn't wait for Ning Yao to finish speaking. He hurriedly said, "Miss Ning, please wait a moment." Then Chen Pingan turned his head, took off the blade-strengthening gourd, and secretly drank a mouthful of wine. Ning Yao was a little confused. Could it be that this guy had done something wrong to her? For example, he had rushed all the way from the Pearl Grotto heaven to the inverted hanging mountain and owed a huge debt to her. For example, he had thrown away the mountain-shaking fist manual long ago. After practicing a few thousand moves, he felt that it was useless. So now that he carried the sword case and started practicing the sword, he felt that it was useless to practice the fist and the sword. Or perhaps Chen Pingan had wandered the Jianghu and was surrounded by a large group of foolish confidants, who were now waiting for him at the inn. Ning Yao thought about all sorts of things. The only thing she didn't think about was whether Chen Pingan had lost the sword forged by Wan Tong. How could this be possible? Through the endless mountains and rivers, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would definitely deliver the sword. After drinking, Chen Pingan suddenly stood up and walked to the bottom of the steps to face Ning Yao. Behind Ning Yao was the Jingjian Pavilion, as if it was the place where the spirit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located for 10,000 years. Chen Pingan had squatted at the foot of the wall and thought about many random things. For example, in the poems recorded in the book, there was one less person stuck in the woods, there was one sitting alone in the woods, there was alliance and the word Meng, and there were words carved in the thunder pool that had a longer history. Chen Pingan even imagined the scene of their first reunion. It definitely wouldn't be sitting foolishly on the steps of the inverted hanging mountain and then he saw her. Ning Yao sat on the steps calmly and leaned back. Languid elbows were pressed against the steps. She narrowed her eyes and her pair of narrow eyebrows looked even more slender and moving. After seeing this scene, Chen Pingan couldn't say a word. He turned his head and drank another mouthful of wine. Chen Pingan just opened his mouth to speak. Ning Yao suddenly raised an eyebrow and sat up straight, asking, "Chen Pingan, when did you become an alcoholic?" The words that they had mustered up their courage with great difficulty, as if they were climbing a mountain with great difficulty, were all scared back into their stomachs. It was as if they had fallen off a cliff to their deaths, each and every one of them smashed to pieces. Chen Pingan sighed and squatted on the ground, silently scratching his head with both hands. Ning Yao stood up and smiled. "Chen Pingan, you seem to have grown taller." Chen Pingan abruptly stood up and gestured to Ning Yao not to walk down the stairs. "Miss Ning, wait for me to finish my sentence." The young man raised his head high and puffed out his chest. He gripped the wine pot tightly and looked at the young lady in a dark green robe. Ning Yao blinked, seemingly unable to guess what Chen Pingan was up to. Chen Pingan said, "Miss Ning." He quickly shook his head and changed the way he addressed her. "Ning Yao, I like you." Ning Yao sat back down on the stairs. "If you have the guts, say it louder." Chen Pingan then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ning Yao, I like you." Ning Yao asked, "Who are you?" Chen Pingan smiled brightly, no longer reserved. He said heroically, "Dali Longquan Chen Pingan." Chen Pingan knew that after giving the sword to Miss Ning, it would be best if he could spend some time with her. It would be best if he could see Miss Ning's hometown and her friends at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At that time, he could decide whether or not to tell her. That would be the safest thing to do. In the worst-case scenario, Ning Yao wouldn't like him. However, they might still be friends. However, Chen Pingan didn't want that to happen. Ning Yao stood up again with a strange expression. She asked Chen Pingan, "Is it that great to like someone?" Chen Pingan was confused and didn't know how to answer. After being confessed to, did all girls in the world ask such a question? Chen Pingan couldn't help but complain about the masters of sword Sage Song and Osmanthus Island's old boat master. One was a jinx, while the other refused to impart his experience in the pugilistic world. Ning Yao stepped down the stairs and arrived in front of Chen Pingan. She stretched out her hand. "Give it to me." Chen Pingan grunted. He untied the knot and took off the wooden box on his back. He took out the sword forged by Saint Wancheng and handed it to the girl in front of him. After Ning Yao received the sword, she didn't unsheath it to check its edge. She hung it on the right side of her waist and walked straight ahead, brushing past Chen Pingan. When Chen Pingan abruptly turned his head to look, he only saw her raising an arm and gently waving goodbye. Chen Pingan's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. This was because all his strength and courage had been used to say those words. For a long time, he didn't want to turn his head or look away. She walked further and further away, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Chen Pingan turned his head and walked to his original seat on the stairs. He began to mumble the words that he didn't have time to say. "Miss Ning, how have you been recently?" "Miss Ning, I've seen a lot of interesting things on this trip. Can I tell you about them?" "Miss Ning, you must have never imagined that I promised you that I would practice 1,000,000 times. Now, I'm only 20,000 away. Miss Ning, do you know that when we were at the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, when you smiled, I felt that I was the richest person in the world. Ning Yao, I saw Alliance, but Mr. Qi left. Ning Yao, I've been to Huangting Country, Great Sui Kingdom, Cai Country, Combe Country, Old Dragon City, and many other places. I've seen a lot of girls, but they're not as beautiful as you. Miss Ning, you used to ask me if I liked you. I said no and you didn't seem unhappy. But now that I like you so much, you don't seem very happy. I'm sorry. Miss Ning, I'm very happy to have met you." On the white jade square at the foot of Lonely Peak, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown continued to sit on the futon and flip through his book. These few days were important fasting days in Qingming world. Inverted Hanging Mountain had never considered itself as the ruler of the world. Therefore, the gate to the Great Wall of Sword Aura would only reopen after the emperor. Otherwise, this place would be one of the busiest areas in Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was because only people passed through here, not goods. The real transfer hub was in the belly of Inverted Hanging Mountain. The man added, "It's still the couple next door who get along better than us. They've already started gambling for fun." The little Taoist boy's interest was piqued. "What are we gambling on?" The man holding the sword asked tentatively, "Can you lend me half of the praying mat?" The little Taoist boy did not move and sneered. "What do you think?" The man did not harp on this point and continued, "Old Yao next door is betting with the saber-wielding Taoist nun on whether the little girl will return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone or with 2 people. The little Taoist boy asked, "Can't she not return at all?" The man holding the sword shook his head and looked into the distance. "She will definitely return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The little Taoist boy asked, "Because of the glory of the Ning and Yao surnames?" The man sighed and had a complicated expression. The little Taoist boy's eyes lit up. He waved his sleeves and chanted the 2 names in the Eastern Aquarius Consonance accent. 2 green talismans were drawn and disappeared in a flash. The man holding the sword flicked his finger and the 2 talismans that were fainter than green smoke were shattered. He said angrily, "See no evil, hear no evil." The 2 talismans, one was the Heaven and Earth Echo Talisman and the other was the Breeze Talisman. The former could travel quickly between the heaven and earth. As long as there was a conversation that involved the words chanted by the person who drew the talisman would begin to work and record the conversation. The latter was the breeze talisman, which allowed one to find the person drawn by the talisman and send back images. The two talismans were of high quality and were extremely difficult to draw. However, they were of little value to the Taoist talisman on the mountain. Be it the echo talisman or the breeze talisman, they would rapidly deplete the talisman's spiritual energy when used in places that were filled with restrictions and evil spirits. For example, the mansion of the crashing deity, the Wenwu temple, the city god's pavilion, the mass grave, etc. Even if the talisman paper was of good quality, it would cause a huge backlash. If the commotion was too big, it would be noticed by the cultivators and they would naturally see it as a provocation. Following the clues, it would be easy to find the person who drew the talisman and eventually cause a dispute. Therefore, the two talismans were only suitable for roaming and scouting in lawless places. However, the little Taoist boy had no problem controlling the two talismans in his own territory on the inverted hanging mountain. It was a pity that the inverted hanging mountain sword deity broke it with a flick of his finger. The sword-hugging man asked, "Do you want to bet?" The little Taoist boy was uninterested and shook his head, "No. You're a gambling addict and your gambling habits are terrible. You can be ranked in the top 3 in the inverted hanging mountain. I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll definitely give you something. If I win, I won't get anything. What's there to bet on?" "No way." The man's attitude was bleak. "I don't have much to look forward to in this life. I can't even be ranked first as a gambling addict." The little Taoist boy thought of something interesting and laughed. "You're considered good. Look at those 2 broken swords in the venerated sword pavilion and then look at yourself. All the people who pass by here, whether they're from the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the vast world, who doesn't respect you? In their eyes, even a fart from a living great sword immortal is fragrant." The sword-hugging man was not angry and said self-mockingly, "If that's the case, I really shouldn't have any complaints about being a guard here." The little Taoist boy put down his book and held the back of his head with both hands, looking up at the sky. The man muttered, "To the commoners, their hometown should be their hometown after leaving home for 100 years. To the Chi refinement warriors, 1,000 years counts. Then what about us, the convicts and refugees who have lived for 10,000 years?" The little Taoist boy did not answer this question. He could not answer it. It was deep in the night on the inverted hanging mountain. On the other side of the gate, the scorching sun was hanging high. Similarly, there were 2 people guarding the gate, one from the Great Wall of Sword Aura and one from the inverted hanging mountain. An old sword cultivator in gray was refining his natal flying sword openly. Beside him stood a middle-aged Taoist nun with a Dharma saber. The nun frowned. "Little Ning went to the inverted hanging mountain without permission. It's against the rules. If the great heavenly lord questions me, I'll tell him the truth." The old sword cultivator nodded. "Just tell him the truth. I'll take responsibility." A group of young boys and girls walked over from afar. They were all famous children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Although almost all of them came from prestigious backgrounds and were favored by the heavens, in the recent war, this group of children had gone to war 3 times in less than 3 years. They had also lost 2 friends. One of them, who was nicknamed Little Grasshopper, died on the battlefield in the south of the city wall. The other one had returned to the Confucian Academy after completing his training. The handsome young man had 2 long swords hanging from his waist. One of them had a scabbard, which was called sutra, and the other had no scabbard, which was called cloud pattern. A fat young man was born with a smiling face, but he was the most murderous. He had a sword at his waist. A one-armed girl was carrying an ill-fitting greatsword, mountain-suppressing sword. An ugly young man with a tanned face full of scars carried a sword with red makeup. The old sword cultivator looked at this group of brats with an unpleasant expression and continued refining his sword. On the other hand, Daoist Nunsherdao, who was not related to the big families of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, greeted the children with a sincere smile. Although these fellows were called children, it was only because of their height and age. In fact, all of them had bright futures and high achievements in the future. Almost everyone in the Great Wall of Sword Aura could see it. This was especially so when they walked up and down the city wall to the battlefield in the south. They had personally experienced many battles and had won enough respect. In the Great Wall of Sword Aura, no matter what your surname was, you had to rush to the battlefield. Of course, there were some differences. It was in the cultivation realm of the sword masters that protected the formation. Inside and outside the gate, the man holding the sword, the little Daoist nun with the swimming fish crown, the grey-robed old sword cultivator, and the Daoist Nunsherdao looked at each other. As for the girl's peers, her friends who were full of admiration and respect for her, they were all relieved. They felt that the weather was really good today, since Ning Yao was the only one returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As they walked, the charcoal-like young man with the surname Dong turned his head and said, "Sister Ning." Ning Yao nodded and quickened her pace to catch up with them. She passed by them again. The four people who were laughing and chatting became silent. Outside the Jingjian pavilion on the inverted mountain, Chen Pingan stood up and planned to return to the Stork Inn. Just as he stood up, he saw a middle-aged man and woman who looked like a couple coming from afar. They were dressed simply and elegantly. They looked ordinary and had a smile on their faces. They only glanced at him and then looked at the Jingjian pavilion behind them. Chen Pingan lowered his head and put away the wine gourd that he had not drunk before. He was about to leave. The woman smiled softly and said, "This is our first time visiting the Jingjian pavilion. I heard that it is very big. Is there anything special about it?" Chen Pingan stopped and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Why don't I show you around?" The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and said, "Okay." The head of the family was severely injured by a great demon and there was a shortage of sword qi in the clan. Then, a young sword cultivator of the golden core stage of the Dong clan resolutely took the ancestral sword, 10 feet tall, and embarked on the path of slaying demons that the ancestor had walked. Under the circumstances that no one thought highly of this person, 200 years later, this sword cultivator returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone with his sword. He even carried a bamboo box with him which contained the head of a great demon of the 13 realms. Before he ascended to the top of the wall, he carved the character, Dong, on the Great Wall of Sword Qi with his sword that was almost shattered. From then on, this person forged a new sword and named it Bamboo Box. Since then, the Dong clan had always been one of the most influential surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After chatting, the woman learned that the young man's surname was Qin. She smiled and asked Chen Pingan if he had noticed the flying mountain. Chen Pingan smiled shyly and was a little embarrassed. This was because the owner of this strange immortal sword was surnamed Qin. Therefore, Chen Pingan paid special attention and remembered it clearly. In fact, as long as it was a sword immortal with the surname Qin, Chen Pingan would even remember the sword that the immortal carried. If not for the fact that he had never learned painting and did not have a skilled painter like Osmanthus Island to consult, Chen Pingan would have hoped that he could bring the appearance of these sword immortals back to Luapa Mountain in the following period of time. After that, the woman smiled and selected a few old friends of the Qin family's sword immortals for Chen Pingan and told him those heart-stirring stories. When someone spoke with words instead of cold words and a few concise and comprehensive records, the story would often be very exciting. It was like the monuments on the banks of the long river of time, the willow trees. People of the future could feel their shade when they stood under the trees. Outside the shade of the trees, there was a violent storm. That river of time was turbulent and unrestrained. Chen Pingan, who had originally planned not to drink anymore, could not help but drink again. It was a very sad thing to not be liked by a girl he liked, but the sky did not fall. He still had to live how he should live. This was something that Chen Pingan suddenly understood when he returned to Jingjian Pavilion. However, Chen Pingan would not feel that his sad matter was insignificant after understanding the elegance of so many sword immortals. This made him feel even worse than Chen Pingan being beaten to a state worse than death at Luopa Mountain's bamboo house. The two kinds of discomfort were different. If the former was endured, then so be it. Chen Pingan snorted coldly, I don't want to drink. If I don't have a wife, then I don't have a wife. This was rare for Chen Pingan to lose his temper. Chen Pingan shifted his line of sight to the woman. His expression was much better. He cupped his fists and said, Madam, we will meet again someday. The young woman smiled and said, You should try the carefree wine of inverted hanging mountain. Even ordinary Qi refinement warriors of pure jade state can't get a cup of it. We have some relationship with the shopkeeper over there. That is why we can enter the wine shop. If you really like to drink, don't miss it. Yes, even if you don't like to drink, it is best not to miss it. Chen Pingan was a little hesitant. The man began to complain. Look, you are so wishy-washy. Can you like it? Anyway, I don't really like it. Chen Pingan's face darkened. He thought to himself, what do I want you to like it for? In fact, Chen Pingan was like a drunkard tonight. His temper was really not good. After all, even a clay bodhisattva had a temper. The woman ignored the petty man. She patted the young man's shoulder and joked, Come, let's drink together. I can tell that you have something on your mind. When we drink, don't care about what this guy is nagging about. Just drink your own wine. The world is big, but the wine cup is the biggest. The mountain is high and the water is far, but the wine is the deepest. Chen Pingan scratched his head and followed the woman. The man followed behind the two. He looked back at Jingjian Court and the corner of his mouth twitched. A Taoist nun from inverted hanging mountain who was in charge of guarding Jingjian Court was thrown out of Jingjian Court. She came to the square at the foot of Lonely Peak and wept in front of the little Taoist child who was flipping through books. She complained about the man's crimes to her master. The little Taoist child listened to the angry words of the Taoist nun absent-mindedly and asked, You still don't know who he is, right? The Taoist nun of Golden Core Realm shook her head blankly. The little Taoist child nodded. Then the ignorant are innocent. You can go. The Taoist nun became more and more confused. The man holding a sword on the hitching post behind her gloated, It's the teacher's fault for not teaching strictly. The little Taoist child said angrily, Bullshit, this is what the Confucian school says. My school has never advocated this. Since when is being a human and cultivating Tao not a matter of one's own? The Taoist nun was so scared that she trembled. She stayed where she was and lowered her eyes, not daring to move at all. The man holding the sword did not stop while he was ahead. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, No wonder the portrait of your Taoist ancestor is hung so high in the fragrant brothel. It's thousands of miles away from your three masters. The little Taoist child jumped up. Are you looking for a beating? The man holding the sword laughed. Fortunately, you didn't say, You're looking for a beating. In the end, the old man slammed the counter and said angrily, Damn it. Whenever Alliance is mentioned, I get angry. He owes me more than 20 jars of wine. He is the only one in the world who owes me money. Back then, Qin Chunan from the Hassa continent, the female martial god not long ago, and those old things from the 100 schools of thought even earlier, who dares to owe me money for wine? Let's talk about that scholar from the Central Plains. When he was at his lowest, he had not yet made a name for himself. He was just a small chi-refinement warrior of the sea-viewing realm. He had hundreds of poems about wine. What wine competition? My wine competition is my wine competition. However, he came and went 3 times and only owed me a total of 4 to 5 jars of wine. Alliance has sinned and I have suffered. The woman winked at Chin Pin Gon, as if to say that the old man had such a temper. Let him say whatever he wants and ignore him. The young man said unhappily, Old man, can you not mention Alliance anymore? Miss has not returned to the inverted mountain because of him. I miss her so much. The old man's voice suddenly became much softer. He muttered, that kind of heartless girl, it's better to leave her outside to harm others. He opened the wine jar and poured a bowl of wine into 3 big white bowls. Just like what his wife said, he hated people who urged him to drink the most. He said bluntly, after this, if you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it. Chin Pin Gon carefully took a small sip. It did not have much taste. It was slightly stronger than the osmanthus wine, but it was not to the extent of burning a knife and breaking the intestines. Chin Pin Gon took 2 more small sips. There was still no reaction from his throat and stomach. He was completely relieved. He reckoned that there was something special about this forget wine and not in the taste. After 2 big bowls of wine for each person, the jar of wine was empty. The woman turned to the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked for an extra jug. The old shopkeeper looked at the smiling woman and sighed. He personally went to get an extra jug and gently placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. These 3 jugs of wine are all on me. It's not on the bill. Chin Pin Gon drank until his face was flushed red. However, his mind was clear and he did not seem to be drunk or drunk. However, he could clearly feel that kind of tipsy state he was in. After drinking the wine, he wanted to say more. Just like those drunken burps, it was nothing to hold it in. However, it was better to spit it out. At first, it was the man who buried his head in the wine. Otherwise, he would look out of the shop and wander thousands of miles. The woman seemed to like chatting with Chin Pin Gon. She talked about Chin Pin Gon's hometown and the 2 trips they took. Since Chin Pin Gon was not drunk, he only picked those people and things that he could talk about. Later on, they somehow talked about that lady. 273. The early morning sunlight spilled into the wine shop. The old shopkeeper was currently whistling to tease the caged sparrow. The little sparrow was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the mountains. The old man, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. He did his best to show off his skills and whistled smoothly. The young man's shop assistant was diligently cleaning the room, making the originally spotless tables and stools even cleaner. From time to time, he would exhale and carefully wipe it with his sleeve. His whole person was brimming with a satisfied expression. It seemed that for the young man who sold wine on the upside-down mountain, cleaning up a room was the greatest happiness in the world. Chin Pin Gon, who was lying on the wine table, slowly woke up. He didn't have the splitting headache of being dead drunk, but his entire body was in a trance. He sat there blankly, trying to remember what happened last night, but he couldn't remember anything at all. He only remembered that he promised that couple to drink the forget sorrow wine that even cultivators at the unpolished jade stage could rarely drink. Who the couple were, what he talked to them about, when they left, he forgot everything. He clearly said that it was the forget sorrow wine, but what did he forget? On the contrary, Chin Pin Gon felt even more worried. He always felt that there was a faint sadness lingering in his heart, which could not be removed. It was like a yellow sparrow stopped at the yellow window of the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley at dawn, chirping, somewhat disturbing one's sleep, but unwilling to chase it away. Chen Pingan looked around and saw the young man who was working hard in the shop, and the leisurely old shopkeeper. Chen Pingan asked tentatively, "Pay the bill." The young man who was squatting on the ground and wiping a table leg grinned, not saying anything. The old man smiled and said, "You drank a total of 4 jars of wine, 3 of which were given by me. Kid, you really have to pay the bill for the remaining jar." Chen Pingan asked, "How much?" The old man laughed, "Money. If you really have to spend money to buy a jar of yellow millet wine, then it's a bit too much." The young man who was called Su Jia by the shopkeeper laughed. "Last night, there was a rich young master from the Snow Mountain continent who came to buy a jar of Forget Sorrow wine. The shopkeeper was not willing to sell, saying that it was not a matter of money. The young man pestered and insisted on asking for the price. In the end, when he asked for the price, he was scared silly and sat outside the door in a daze for the whole night. He probably still hasn't given up." Chen Pingan asked, "Lu Yuzhou?" The old man nodded. "It's this young man, the future head of the Snow Mountain Continent's Lu clan. He is known as the child of many treasures. He has an abbot's item that contains many magic treasures. Because of the Yuan residence, the entire Hanging Mountain knows of this rich young master's name. There was once when he was training with someone in the Central Divine Continent. There were 7 people in the group. When they encountered a strong enemy, the young man took out 7 high-grade magic treasures in one go and made himself look like a tortoise shell. Not to mention the saint's name rune, he wore 2 of the deity armor. The other 7 relied on this to kill an earth immortaline item that was 2 realms higher than them. Obviously, in the eyes of the old shopkeeper, this young man was worth a few more words. He laughed and said, "Such an interesting young man. Even I almost could not resist giving him a bowl of yellow millet wine to drink." Chen Pingan was a bit embarrassed. Lu Yuzhou was so afraid of death. Chen Pingan was a bit nervous. "Old mister, how do I pay the bill?" The old man thought for a while. "I haven't thought of how to pay the bill yet. I'll look for you when I remember." Chen Pingan's heart was in a mess. The old man laughed. "It's also possible that I won't remember even after you've lived through this lifetime. So don't be afraid." Chen Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Pingan stood up and was about to leave the wine shop when the old man asked, "Young man, there's still half a jar of yellow millet wine left. Aren't you going to drink it before you leave?" Chen Pingan reached out and shook the wine jar. There was indeed half a jar left. He asked doubtfully, "Can't I take it away?" The old man shook his head. "If you take it away, you won't be able to forget your worries. It's worse than ordinary wine. It's a waste of natural resources. I advise you not to do such a stupid thing. This wine has some tricks. Actually, it's a big waste for the couple to treat you to it now. The later you drink it, the better. However, it's hard to find the best in this world. Just muddle through. It's fine as long as it's good." Chen Pingan sat down again and asked curiously, "Isn't it called Forget Worries wine? Why does the shopkeeper always call it yellow millet wine?" The young man named Su Jia widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "You don't know where this is?" Chen Pingan was even more puzzled. "Isn't this an inverted mountain?" Su Jia grinned. "Then you should have heard of Yellow Millet Blessed Land, right?" Chen Pingan still shook his head. The old man helped Chen Pingan out of his predicament. "It's normal that you don't know. This blessed land is in the same situation as your hometown's Pearl Grotto heaven. It's destroyed." Su Jia hurriedly threw away the rag and said anxiously, Shopkeeper, let me continue. Miss said that I was especially handsome when I was telling this part." The old man chuckled. "Either my daughter is blind or she's drunk and talking nonsense. Which do you think is more likely? Miss is doing well." Su Jia coughed to moisten his throat and said seriously, "Now, there are only a few ruins left in Yellow Millet Blessed Land. In the early years, when Yellow Millet Blessed Land was at its peak, all the frustrated people in the world would go there. It was very lively, beautiful women, good wine, and good dreams were all available in this blessed land. Moreover, it was guaranteed to suit one's desires. This was the rarest place, as it could reflect one's Tao heart. Many cultivators in the unpolished jade stage who barely made it to the upper 5 realms were lucky enough to break through to the upper 5 realms. In fact, they used many secret methods and unorthodox methods, so they would specially make a trip to this shop on inverted hanging mountain. First, they would peel off one's soul and one's spirit to stay awake. Then, they would drink a jar of forget worries wine and reveal their true feelings. Su Jia was speaking with a cadence when the old man impatiently said, "Stop, stop." Flipping through an old history book again and again, aren't you afraid of ruining it? In short, now Yellow Millet Blessed Land is only as big as our shop. Chen Pingan poured a bowl of wine and looked left and right. He was unable to link a blessed land to a shop. There was actually a blessed land in Aquarius continent, Clear Pool Blessed Land, which was controlled by a continent's orthodoxy, Shinyao sect. It was said that Tongyi continent's Jade Gui sect's Jiang clan also controlled a Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and asked, "Old mister, I didn't act crazy when I was drunk yesterday, right? And what about that couple?" The old man asked back, "You don't remember?" Chen Pingan shook his head. The old man laughed, "You don't even remember, why should an outsider like me remember?" Chen Pingan could not refute and drank silently. He still could not tell the difference between good and bad. He just felt that it was easy to drink. The old man thought of something and pointed to a wall and said to Chen Pingan, "Do you see that wall? Anyone who can sit down and drink can go over there and write a poem, or write a few sentences." Su Jia spoke in an old and experienced tone, "After drinking, one is to die drunk, and spend the rest of their lives in the wine jar, and until they die, they will not be able to sober up. The other is to be completely sober, and see through life. Even before one's life is over, they will have tasted the taste of a few lives." I feel that the things written by these two types of people will be extremely interesting. Customer, do you want to try? The old man laughed angrily, "Forget it, my teeth are about to fall out because of you, you are just a big fart, and all you think about is imitating Alliance, aren't you ashamed?" Su Jia spoke confidently, "Young miss likes Alliance so much, if I don't learn from him, who will I learn from?" The old man sighed, "Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die. You have seen so many drunkards and heard so many drunken words, and you still can't understand this logic." Su Jia chuckled, "I learned from Alliance, but not from you." The old man threw a wine cup over, "You only know how to talk nonsense with me all day long." Su Jia gently caught the wine cup, and after throwing it back to the old man, he quickly jogged over to Chen Pingan to get a pen, leave some mementos on it. Chen Pingan put down the wine bowl and said helplessly, "My handwriting is really bad." Su Jia rolled his eyes, "Can it be worse than Alliance's earthworm crawl? Besides, aren't those famous calligraphers also criticized by their peers as toads crushed by rocks, dead snakes hanging on branches, generals embroidering flowers, and old women wearing armor?" The youth whispered, "I'll tell you the truth, no matter how bad anyone's handwriting is, in front of Alliance's handwriting, they are all as beautiful as fairies. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look yourself." Chen Pingan did not take the brush for the time being, but he got up and walked towards the wall. From afar, it was just a white wall without any calligraphy. But when he got closer, he found that it was full of poems, sentences, and warnings. It was a dazzling sight. Some people's calligraphy stood out. It was a poem written in cursive that took up a lot of space. It was like a cluster of flowers, competing for beauty, and only one peerless beauty took the limelight. There were also some handwriting that was out of place. The most striking one was a line of large, crooked words. Even Chin Pingon felt that it was unsightly. The content was even more speechless. When I think of so many girls waiting for me with infatuation, my conscience hurts a little. The key point was that at the end of the words, there was a smiley face and a thumbs up. There was no doubt that it was Alliance's handwriting. Ordinary people would not have the face to write these words. Chen Pingon held back his laughter and turned to ask, "Old mister, you kept this too?" The youth who was helping to pick up the brush said sickly, "Firstly, Alliance was shameless. He said that if he erased a word, he would treat it as if he had paid off a jar of wine. Secondly, my family's young mistress especially liked this paragraph. She felt that Alliance was praising her. My family's young mistress even specially used a jar of yellow millet wine to exchange with a novelist's ancestor for a rouge novel. It was written specifically about her and Alliance." "Shopkeeper, what's his name again?" The old man sneered, lingering sentiments. Su Jia nodded. "Yes, actually, my young mistress also hinted to the novelist's ancestor that the more straightforward and explicit it was, the better. Later, that person probably couldn't bring himself to write, so he wrote more subtly. My young mistress was very unhappy. This time, she ran away from home. She said that she eloped. One of the things she wanted to do was to find trouble with this ancestor. She thought that his writing was bad and that he was a liar fishing for fame. She wanted to spit on his face." Chen Pingon's gaze scanned the high wall. Finally, he lowered his head and saw a small row of words in a small corner. The words were still written by Alliance, but they were not eye-catching. "Small, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." Finally, Liang smeared the word after little into an ink block. Chen Pingon asked, "Can I write anything?" Su Jia handed over the brush and nodded, "Anything is fine. As long as it's written in the blank space, anything is fine." The young waiter didn't forget to remind him, "Sir, don't write something like so-and-so was here. That's too tacky. Even if it's something as shameless as Alliance, it's better than here." Chen Pingon took the brush and suddenly turned around and ran to the table. He drank a big mouthful of wine before returning to the wall. Half squatting, he picked up the brush and wrote a small, chi character on the ink block after that small character. "Little chi, there's nothing good in the pugilistic world. Only wine is okay." The old man joked, "Words actually don't have much spiritual energy. They're just rules. But when it's beside Alliance's character, it's better." "You're cheating." "No, you can write something else." Chen Pingon nodded and began to choose a blank space. But the middle of the wall had a tight structure. If he really wanted to find a gap, it was fine. But he always felt that it would be disrespectful to the predecessors. And those who dared to write in the middle of the wall mostly wrote very well and had a lot of charm. Chen Pingon really didn't dare to write here. He tried to look to the sides, high or low. Su Jia reminded him and pointed to two places. There was still a lot of space. One was on the right side of the highest point, and the other was on the left side of the lowest point. Chen Pingon moved and squatted on the far left. He took a deep breath and wrote 3 words. However, he still decided to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi in person. He kept telling himself that he just wanted to take a look at the words engraved on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the worst-case scenario, he would accidentally bump into a certain girl at a certain place and time and greet her with a smile. However, Chen Pingon wasn't sure which was more appropriate between the opening remarks of "What a coincidence" and "You're here too." Chen Pingon thought carefully. He didn't even notice that there was a girl who was about to die of anger behind him. She was wearing a dark green robe. It's very significant and is not inferior to ordinary masters who are at the 10th realm. My father has advised Auntie Lu to not break through the realm casually unless she has no other choice. The old woman laughed softly. Of course, the family head has good intentions. However, one shouldn't go to extremes. If one can successfully break through the realm and forcefully suppress it, it's not good for a pure martial artist. I'm afraid that one will lose all possibility of reaching beyond the 10th realm. Of course, it's fine for ordinary geniuses. To be able to reach the 10th realm is already an extravagant hope. However, your Auntie Lu is different. Lu Yuzhou had never been interested in matters that involved the fundamentals of the Great Tao. Instead, he was thinking about the least important matters. He sighed. Auntie Lu is really something. Every day she shouts about where the good men in the world have died. She also likes to ask me if I've met a good man. I'm a big man. How can I answer her? But my father has introduced so many young talents to her in the Snow White continent. I don't see Auntie Lu being moved by any of them. It's really a headache. Lu Yozhou's thoughts were like the antelope's horn. He then asked a question that made the old woman laugh. If one day the demon army drowns the Great Wall of Sword Qi, what will happen to the inverted mountain? The ants under the tree crawl so slowly. When the time comes, won't it be too late to move? The old woman's expression was kind and gentle as she said, "Young master, how many years has it been since the Great Wall of Sword Qi stood tall and strong? In the world next door, the demon race would start a war almost every 100 years. For so many years, how many corpses have been left at the foot of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Haven't they returned empty-handed every time? Some powerful demons would at most stay on the city wall for a while. In the end, they would be chased down by some old sword immortals." Lu Yuzhou made an "oh" sound, but then jumped back to his own thoughts. He couldn't extricate himself and said worriedly, "Our Yuan Ravager mansion is worse than an ant's nest. There's no way to move it. Fortunately, the Snow White continent is the furthest away from the inverted mountain. Sigh, the Pessoa continent is a bit miserable. When the time comes, there will be smoke for thousands of miles. I don't know if the elder of the Melochin clan who can carry the sun and the moon can turn the tide and stop the demon clan from entering the land." The old woman was amused by the young master's groundless worries. She couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Our Snow White continent and the inverted mountain are not only separated by the South Pa continent, but also the Central Divine continent, which is inferior to the 8 continents combined. What are you worried about, young master? Lu Yuzhou murmured, "I'm not worried about the safety of the Snow White continent. I just feel that many people will die in a war, and I feel a bit uncomfortable. The Pessoa continent at least has the #1 disciple of the quasi-sage overseeing it. But the southeast Tongyi continent that we visited, and the Fuyao continent that we're about to visit, it seems that there are no particularly powerful people that we can bring out." The old woman was still laughing. "Young master, you can't compare everyone with your father. A Qi refinement warrior who is inferior to our family head is not powerful. There's no such thing. The richest person in the Snow White continent and the strongest Qi refinement warrior in the Snow White continent were the same person. Lu Yozhou's father. This man had a higher cultivation and stronger combat strength than any other elder in the history of the Lu clan. The most terrifying thing was that the people of the Snow White continent were valiant and their immortal masters were warlike. No one had ever been able to successfully test this man's ultimate strength. This man had a well-known saying on the mountain, "If something can be solved with immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons, then there's no need to use fists and feet, right?" Lu Yuzhou seemed to have some complaints about his father. What's so good about having a group of wives and concubines? Even if the old woman was beaten to death, she would not dare to comment on the good or bad of this family head. It was one thing for the family head to have a good temper, but it was another thing if the servants did not know the rules. The Liu clan had a tight grip on the mountain range of snowflake money and jade mines. A tall tree attracts the wind. Every year, there were many servants who died because of this. There were also many members of the Liu clan who died suddenly. At this moment, Liu Yuzhou was wearing a bright yellow bamboo robe, cool and refreshing. This was once a treasure that the great dynasty's emperor was fond of, and was hailed as a small grotto heaven. And the other bamboo robe, summer shelter, which was put together by the snow-white continent's Liu clan, had the reputation of a small blessed land. Liu Yuzhou liked to wear them alternately. It was comfortable to wear, and it was not ostentatious. Otherwise, those Taoist talismans' robes and deities' armor would be too eye-catching. Wasn't this clearly telling people that he was rich? He was rich, but he did not like to say it. Besides, actually, Liu Yuzhou, was not really rich. Wasn't it because he could not bear to buy a jar of carefree wine last night? Liu Yuzhou sighed, "Granny Liu, I really can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." The old woman's tone was firm. "The family head has instructed that you are not allowed to go." Liu Yuzhou asked a very direct question. In the end, the Great Wall of Sword Qi is still the world's convicts and refugees. Their relationship with us is actually not as good as imagined. There are many dirty things in the inverted hanging mountain. They have been fighting with the demon race for so long. Didn't anyone betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi and seek refuge with the demon race in a fit of anger? The old woman thought for a while. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has those old sword immortals and experts from the three sects watching over it. There shouldn't be any big trouble. However, there will definitely be such people. I think the Great Wall of Sword Qi is unwilling to publicize their family's dirty linen. Young master, actually you don't have to be too concerned about the situation over there. According to the intelligence from the Yuan residents, this generation of young sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi have especially good aptitudes. Moreover, it's not just a few of them. They are like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They are almost comparable to the sword immortals from 3,000 years ago. That generation was really powerful. They suppressed the demon race to the point that they did not dare to provoke the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 800 years. Many demons have never seen the wall in their entire lives. Therefore, in my opinion, the inverted hanging mountain will be prosperous and peaceful for the next few hundred years. The young man was a little sad and muttered, "But the main source of our Liu family's income is the wealth of the dead." The old woman wanted to remind the young master to be careful with his words in the inverted hanging mountain. However, when she saw the young man's disappointed face, she could not bear to do so. A steward from the Yuan residence appeared in front of the two. There were two carriages parked by the roadside. The old steward said softly, "Young master, an important guest has arrived." Liu Yuzhou nodded and boarded one of the carriages. When they arrived at the Yuan residence, Liu Yuzhou saw a cultured man and a tall lady. The middle-aged man with a scholarly aura was admiring a hanging painting while the lady was sitting there drinking tea. The man seemed to be an expert in calligraphy and painting. He praised, "I never thought that this rickety old lotus painting was the real deal. It is indeed a powerful and upright painting. Just in terms of drawing lotuses, there hasn't been such a person in the past 500 years. On the way here, the steward was cautious and did not tell Liu Yuzhou who it was. It was only when they crossed the threshold of the Yuan residence that he whispered to Liu Yuzhou that it was the emperor of the Great Duan dynasty and the imperial tutor of the Central Plains. Liu Yuzhou bowed with his hands clasped. Liu Yuzhou greets His Majesty and the imperial tutor. The man turned his head and smiled at the youth. This time, I took advantage of the fact that the imperial tutor needed to use the little laissez to temper his sword. That was why I was able to take a break from my busy schedule and come to the inverted hanging mountain to take a breather. Originally, I didn't want to disturb the Yuan Ruan residents. However, I heard that young Master Lu was also in the inverted hanging mountain, so I wanted to come and ask for a cup of tea. Lu Yuzhou bowed again. His Majesty is too courteous. Great Duan was one of the newest 9 great dynasties. After annexing more than half of the territory of an old dynasty, the new Great Duan had many things to do. Logically speaking, the emperor and the imperial tutor shouldn't have left the court. However, these secrets weren't something Lu Yuzhou could speculate about at the moment. As for why the Great Duan Emperor was willing to give face to the Yuan Ruan residents, Lu Yuzhou was very clear about it. Great Duan was able to destroy one of the 9 great dynasties, the Taishan dynasty. A war that involved countless forces lasted for nearly 10 years. Great Duan forcefully destroyed the Taishan Xia clan. As the oldest person in the Great Wall of Sword Aura, this old man had experienced too much and definitely had too many regrets. The most recent regret was probably the biggest in the long life of the old man. The old man regretted that he was unable to participate in the battle due to the rules. That was why he had caused such a pair of immortal juniors to die in such a dishonorable manner. The old man had watched the 2 of them grow up. They grew up year after year and rose through the ranks. In the end, they both became great sword immortals. The old man felt that looking at such young people gave him some hope in life. It made the old man feel that the world would never deteriorate and that there were still good young people. Tonight, the old man sat alone on the city wall with his legs crossed. Apart from his intrinsic flying sword, his other swords had been broken one after another. In the end, he decided not to use them. All the elders and children of the Great Wall of Sword Aura were too familiar with this old man. In addition, the old man had a strange temper and did not like to interact with the old man. A few years ago, there was a young man of unknown origins who shamelessly built a small cottage behind the old man's cottage. Recently, every time the demons attacked the city, the young man would only guard the old man and his cottage. Otherwise, he would not take action. Actually, no one was harsh on the young man. After all, it was already very difficult for a pure martial artist of the 4th realm to stay on the city wall to eat, drink, and defecate. The old man with sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones sank into his thoughts. If he was not on the city wall but in the vast world on the other side of the inverted mountain, probably no one would believe that this frail old man would be nicknamed Great Sword Immortal by some sloppy guy who had carved the word fierce on him. A couple appeared behind the old man. The old man did not turn his head. He said hoarsely, "You don't have much time left. Do you still need me to do anything? Just tell me. It doesn't involve the direction of the 2 worlds. It's just your private matter. I don't have to care about the rules. Besides, when I forcefully collected your remnant souls back then, I already broke the rules. Didn't those 2 old fellows also turn a blind eye to it?" The man gently held the woman's hand and shook his head. "It's already very good." The woman glared at the man and smiled. "Yes." The old man squeezed out a smile. The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Yes, it's a good thing. It's better than finding a good-for-nothing. Tell me, do you want to give that kid an immortal weapon or do you want me to teach him swordsmanship personally? The woman hesitated. It might be more difficult. The thin old man turned his head. "What do you mean?" The man said helplessly, "That kid's longevity bridge was broken." The old man frowned. "We sword cultivators are the best at destroying people's longevity bridges. However, to rebuild a longevity bridge is harder than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, if I remember correctly, there has never been a powerful sword cultivator in history who has ascended to the upper 5 realms. After all, cultivating the Tao is already going against the heavens. If you repair the bridge after breaking it, you'll be hated by the Tao. It's very likely that you'll be targeted. Have you really thought it through? Aren't you afraid of backfiring? As he said that, the old man smiled. After all, it isn't easy for others to ascend to the heavens, but it isn't for me. The woman was a little hesitant. She had an argument with the man on this matter. The man felt that he should let nature take its course, so martial path wasn't impossible. As a sword cultivator who had stood at the peak of the mountain, she knew that martial path mountain was lower than chi cultivators. Chen Pingan had suffered greatly during this long journey, but in fact, she was even more miserable. She had almost completely vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the time was short, and the natural, scholar tree manner of the sword sheath was rich with yin energy. It had resisted the majority of the sword energy. At that time, Chen Pingan, who was suspended in the air, saw a skinny old man, the couple, and a glimpse of the Great Wall city wall. At the square at the foot of Lonely Peak, a girl with 2 swords at her waist walked out of the mirror. She thought for a moment and slowed down slightly. However, she was still expressionless. She reluctantly took the initiative to greet the dumbstruck little Daoist. I'm a little more familiar with you this time. Actually, I'm still not familiar with you. The little Daoist murmured, so lawless. Doesn't the Great Wall of Sword energy do anything about it? The man holding the sword looked up at the night sky with only one bright moon and said to himself, for you, so many people have died. Doesn't the vast world care about it? First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version reading website. Chen Pingan stopped and subconsciously grabbed the wine gourd. However, he quickly let go of it and looked straight at Ning Yao. Miss Ning, then do you like me? Ning Yao was silent. Chen Pingan imitated her actions in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. He stretched out 2 fingers, revealing only a small gap, this little bit of like, do you? Ning Yao did not answer this question. Instead, she asked, why do you like me? Chen Pingan turned his head and took off the blade-strengthening gourd. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he smiled brightly and said, this is a long story. I will tell you slowly. No matter what, Miss Ning, you must listen to me. Even if you are angry, don't interrupt me. I am afraid that if I interrupt you, I will never dare to say it again in this life. Miss Ning, you are very beautiful. Before I met you, I had never seen anyone more beautiful than you in Pearl Cave Heaven. Later, when I was recovering in Mud Bottle Alley, you didn't even complain that my house was broken. You also taught me how to read. It was because you helped me explain the mountain shaking fist manual that I started to practice it. That is why I can walk to this inverted mountain today. On the other side of the covered bridge, you lent me the skirt pressing knife. Then we fought side by side and beat up the mountain-moving ape of Jinyang Mountain. We almost died, but we didn't die in the end. How good was that? In the immortal tomb, I almost killed Ma Kuxuan. We went to the mountains in the west together to help the girl of the Qin family in the Hassa continent find the exemplary tree. Later, you were angry once. You didn't want my help and insisted on boiling the medicine by yourself. I thought you were very cute when you were burning it. You once said that the great Tao should not be so small. I didn't understand it at that time. This time, I really understood it when I went on a long trip. When you advised me not to be a good person and a child of wealth, I was actually very happy. When you left Pearl Cave Heaven, you had gone so far with those immortals. But you were still willing to return on your sword and say goodbye to me. After you left, I ate the tonghulu that made me drool when I thought about it when I was a child. It was tasteless. After Mr. Qi left, I took Little Treasure Bottle and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom. When I saw beautiful mountains, I thought of Miss Ning's eyebrows. When I saw beautiful water, I thought of Miss Ning's eyes. When I saw beautiful girls on the journey, I thought of Miss Ning. Then, they seemed to become less beautiful. After saying all this in one go, Chen Pingon began to feel dry in his throat and his face turned red. He felt that the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand weighed tens of thousands of pounds. But Chen Pingon didn't regret saying so much. Chen Pingon said in a trembling voice, "Miss Ning, it's my business that I like you. It doesn't matter if you don't like me." Ning Yao leaned against the wall. The wisteria was still not as beautiful as her. She asked, "If I don't like you, will you like other girls? For example?" She thought for a moment, Wanshou. Chen Pingon looked at her and realized that he liked a very good girl. But she didn't seem to like him very much. It was such a sad thing, but he didn't think it was necessary to be sad. "If I can't see you again as long as I like other girls, then I won't like anyone else in my life. I can be thousands of miles away, where you can't see me, and I can punch you 1,000,000 times. But I will still like you." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "Am I that unreasonable?" Chen Pingon was stunned. Then Ning Yao said resolutely, "Yes, I'm that unreasonable." She suddenly laughed, full of childish pride. When she laughed, her eyebrows became more picturesque and lively. She crossed her arms. "Who told a fool to like me?" Then she took 2 steps forward and hugged the dolly boy, murmuring, "Chen Pingon, I like you as much as you like me." She actually wanted to tell him that this was their first reunion. "I don't like you." But it was so difficult. She let go of him, her eyes slightly red. She had the rare annoyance and shyness of Ning Yao's life. "Why are you so stupid?" Chen Pingon said blankly, "How can you really like me?" Chen Pingon was the same as Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden. When you like a girl, you will like her so much that you think that the girl will never like you in this life, and you won't feel wronged. Ning Yao finally recovered a little. Her eyebrows flew up like the sharpest flying sword in the world. "Do I, Ning Yao, need a reason to like someone?" In fact, there were many reasons. It was just that she was too embarrassed to say it. She was a girl after all, not a thick-skinned person like Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon suddenly hugged Ning Yao as if aided by the gods. Ning Yao's face was crimson. She curled her lips and didn't struggle. Instead, she quietly raised a hand and gently pinched Chen Pingon's lapel. In the small alley of the Hanging Mountain, the young man and girl quietly hugged each other like this. At this moment, the world seemed to come alive. Ning Yao was Ning Yao, and Chen Pingon was Chen Pingon. The two didn't continue to be so shy and timid. After the two separated, Ning Yao led the way, saying that she wanted to finish the half jar of yellow millet wine. She led Chen Pingon to an old pagoda tree. She raised her hand and bent her fingers as if she was knocking on a door. Soon, ripples appeared in front of Ning Yao, and the appearance of a wine shop appeared. Ning Yao took the lead and stepped over the threshold. Chen Pingon followed closely behind. The waiter, Su Jia, saw Ning Yao and was especially enthusiastic. "Miss Ning, you've come. Let me treat you to a drink." Ning Yao glanced at him. Who was this? She didn't remember. She didn't bother to pay attention to him and directly sat down at a table. Su Jia became listless. He felt that this young lady in front of him was the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to the young miss. The first time he saw her, Su Jia had a deep impression of her. That was a few years ago. The first time the young lady left the Great Wall of Sword Qi and came to the Hanging Mountain, there was a fellow who brought her to a wine shop. That fellow drank 2 jars of wine, but she only took a sip and didn't drink anymore. At that time, she was wearing black clothes and a saber. She wasn't like today, with 2 swords hanging from her waist. She also wasn't wearing a dark green robe. Her expression was cold, and even when the old shopkeeper looked at her, she didn't care. When Alliance was drinking, she walked to the wall and looked at him for a long time without saying a word. After that, she returned to her seat. In Sujia's eyes, this young lady had too much personality. She was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look at her directly. At that time, Alliance didn't smile cheekily and only drank. Sujia could see that Alliance didn't know how to persuade the young lady. It was as if the young lady was going to do something extraordinary. Alliance was very bored from drinking. Only then did Sujia know that Alliance also had times when he was helpless. When the young lady insisted on not seeing Alliance off and insisted on leaving the wine shop alone, Alliance didn't drink anymore. He said that he was half a daughter and flew away. Sujia glanced at the dolly youth called Chin Pingon. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this fellow wasn't good enough for Miss Ning. Even if 100 Chin Pingon were added together, they might not be a good match. Chin Pingon asked for the remaining half jar of carefree wine. It was just enough for 2 big white bowls. Chin Pingon poured half a bowl for each of them. The two of them sat side by side on a bench. Ning Yao didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Su Jia hid in the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. Chen Pingon drank a mouthful of carefree wine. He suddenly felt that the wine seemed to be much better than last night. He smiled at Ning Yao. Ning Yao glared at him. The two of them didn't speak and just sipped the wine. Chen Pingon suddenly asked miserably, "Ning Yao, you're not a fake, are you?" The old man who was teasing the caged sparrow was amused by the youth's silly words. Ning Yao sighed. "He's a fool, but I'm even more foolish. Who was the one who said that this guy would definitely find a simple-minded girl?" Chen Pingon put down the wine bowl and stretched out his hand to the person sitting next to him. Ning Yao looked at him and wanted to know what this guy wanted to do. Chen Pingon pinched her cheeks with 2 fingers and gently tugged at them. Ning Yao didn't move. Chen Pingon stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Ning Yao's cheek. Su Jia broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this lustful guy was most likely going to die. In the end, Ning Yao slapped away Chen Pingon's troublesome hands and warned, "Chen Pingon, if you continue to be so simple-minded, I'll fall out with you." Chen Pingon resentfully retracted his hand. "It's good that you're serious." Ning Yao took a big gulp of wine and asked, "You should already know that my parents have passed away. Don't you think I'm pitiful?" Su Jia felt that if this kid dared to say that she was pitiful, he would definitely be dead this time. Chen Pingon said without hesitation, "You're pitiful. You lost your parents. If this isn't pitiful, what is?" But when he said these words, Chen Pingon pursed his lips tightly and the corners of his mouth turned down. The youth seemed to be even more aggrieved than her. He wasn't pitying the girl in front of him because he had also lost his parents. Moreover, he had lost them earlier. It was just that when he was young, he had no strength to live. 276. Chen Pingon had seen many good-looking people of the same age, such as his neighbor Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Alley, Xiao Yao, and Lin Shi from Mr. Chi's school, as well as the androgynous man in red makeup from Osmanthus Island, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. But none of them could compare to this youth from the Yellow Millet wine shop. After this person finished inscribing on the wall, he held the wine jar and sat at the next table. He asked for 2 large white bowls and called Su Jia to drink with him. Su Jia, who knew the price of yellow millet wine the best, did not find it inappropriate at all. He opened the seal and helped pour the wine. They clinked bowls and drank happily. The old shopkeeper's smile also widened. It was a pity that the bird in the cage had its back to the sun and looked sickly. The youth took the initiative to raise his bowl to Chen Pingon and said with a smile, "My name is Chao Ci. from the great Duan family of the Central Plains. Chen Pingan could only follow suit and raise his bowl. My name is Chen Pingan, from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent. Chao Ci nodded, his eyes full of admiration. Your foundation in the 3 realms of martial arts is very good. Chen Pingan did not know how to answer and could only silently drink a mouthful of wine. He felt that something was a little strange. After thinking for a long time, he finally figured it out. It turned out that this youth from the Central Plains, whether it was his aura or tone, did not seem like someone of the same age. Instead, he was very much like the barefoot old man from the bamboo house in the desolate mountain. It was just that this youth lacked the condescending aura of the old man surnamed Shui. On the contrary, this great Duan youth called Chao Ci spoke calmly, but even if they were casually chatting, Chen Pingan still felt an invisible pressure. Ning Yao did not feel anything about Chao Ci. She was just a little unhappy that an eyesore had appeared out of nowhere, so she lost a lot of interest in drinking. After drinking half a jar of yellow millet wine with Chen Pingan, he pulled Chen Pingan towards the door of the wine shop. Just as Chen Pingan was about to leave the wine shop, Chao Ci called out to Chen Pingan with a smile, "You like Miss Ning, very good. The only bad thing is that you don't remember my name even though we've met so many times." Chen Pingan smiled and replied, "I think it's even better." Chao Ci laughed heartily. She raised her wine bowl with one hand and waved goodbye to Chen Pingan with the other. She smiled sincerely and said, "Chen Pingan, in 3 days, you will begin to strive to become the strongest 4th realm cultivator in the world." It was another sentence that would sound very strange if one were to think about it. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and didn't say anything. He turned around and followed Ning Yao out of the narrow golden millet paradise. Inside the wine shop, Su Jia asked in puzzlement, "Do you like Miss Ning?" Chao Ci smiled and waved her hand. "I like my master who is invincible in my heart, I like the empress who has 2 little dimples when she smiles, and I like Miss Ning who doesn't take me seriously. But it's not what you think. The love between a man and a woman is very burdensome to cultivation." Chao Ci took a sip of wine and sighed. "I really can't imagine what a certain girl I like will be like in the future." Su Jia made an "oh" sound. He believed whatever Chao Ci said. Then, the shop assistant's face lit up with joy. He changed the topic and said, "From your tone, you're about to reach 5th realm." Chao Ci nodded and said, "I've endured so long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's about time for me to break through." Su Jia grinned and said, "If you were in your hometown, I reckon you'd be at 7th realm by now." Before Chao Ci could speak, Su Jia immediately added, "And before 7th realm, you'll be the strongest 4th realm, 5th realm, and 6th realm." When Su Jia talked about this, he was even happier than Chao Ci herself. The old shopkeeper said that your current 4th realm is the strongest 4th realm in history, and not the strongest among 4th realm martial artists. Is it true that no one in history can surpass you? Chao Ci said helplessly, "Unprecedented, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just a pure martial artist. I don't know how to calculate the martial fate of the world for the next 100 or 1,000 years." Su Jia laughed loudly. "Chao Ci. If there's a day when I can't help but go find Miss, I'll definitely go to the Great Duan Dynasty to find you." Chao Ci nodded. "Then I'll prepare good wine long ago." Su Jia suddenly lowered his voice and begged, "Chao Ci, why don't we have a fight? Then you can purposely lose to me. After I leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, I'll go around telling people that I beat Chao Ci. Think about it, 10 years later, 100 years later, you'll be invincible. You'll even beat Qing Ming Tian's number 2 from being truly invincible to truly having a match. I'll be the only person who beat you, Chao Ci. At that time, the whole world will definitely ask who this guy is." Maybe Miss will see me in a different light. Chow Si smiled until her eyes narrowed. She held the bowl in one hand and patted her head with the other. All right, you, Su Jia, beat me, Chow Si. After you leave Inverted Hanging Mountain, just tell people that. Su Jia was a bit guilty. You don't care now, but you won't regret it in the future, right? Chow Si drank the wine in the bowl and turned her head. She waved at the old shopkeeper and said, Old Lu, can you bear to give me a jar of wine to drink? I'm regretting it now. Without wine, I can't suppress the regret. If I drink a jar of carefree wine, I won't regret it for at least 100 years. Su Jia looked at the old shopkeeper pitifully. The old man smiled and said, Su Jia, go get a jar of wine for Chow Si. Also, remember to think more about the shopkeeper in the future. Don't secretly scold me for being stingy or complain that I don't let you roam the Jianghu. Su Jia eagerly went to get the wine. Chow Si only had one last bowl of wine left. When the new wine was on the table, she held the wine bowl in her hand and stood under the wall. She looked around. It had been nearly 3 years since she drank wine for the first time. There were many new words on the wall. Finally, Chow Si looked at the 3 words in the corner. They were written properly but rigidly. She asked curiously, Old Lu, the words that Chen Pingon left on the wall are Sword Aura Chang. The old man asked, Why? Is this kid not simple? Chow Si squatted down and took a sip of wine from the big white bowl. She looked indifferent. He might be the strongest in the 3rd state after me. The old man felt it was a pity. The martial sparrow in the cage had a time limit for measuring the martial arts fate of a pure martial artist. It couldn't fly out of the cage and peck it out at any time after the inscription. However, before and after Chen Pingon inscribed the words, it happened to be the beginning and the end of the inscription. He didn't expect the martial sparrow to leave the birdcage at all. He didn't have the guts. Chow Si and Su Jia drank another jar of carefree wine in half. Su Jia couldn't hold his liquor. The more he drank, the drunker he got. In the end, he fell asleep on the table. Chow Si was a person who became more sober the more she drank. Her eyes were shining. Chow Si suddenly said, If my master didn't come to pick me up, I would really like to go to the world south of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. In at most 40 or 50 years, I would be able to arm wrestle with a dozen big monsters. Before that, there would definitely be a hearty battle of life and death. The old man smiled and said, Do you believe that you will die as soon as you walk out of the city? Chow Si sighed. The reason was simple. The old man understood it immediately. He, Chow Si, was very likely to be in the eyes of the big monsters at the peak. He was someone they had to kill. They definitely wouldn't give him 40 or 50 years, not even a day more. Chow Si said helplessly, Then I'll just go back to the central divine continent. The old man said intentionally or otherwise, the Dong family patriarch who killed his way through the wilderness and finally came out of nowhere. One great wall of Sword Aura is enough. There will only be one. If the demons raise a tiger again and raise a Chow Si who has a chance of reaching the 11th state of martial arts, I think they should kill themselves. Chow Si nodded. I have to ask my master if he has reached the 11th state. I hope he hasn't. The old man smiled and joked, As a disciple, you are too heartless. Why don't you remember your master's kindness? Chow Si, you are similar to Su Jia in this aspect. That's not good. You are Chow Si. How can you be so mediocre? Chow Si shook her head. She lifted her arm and extended her palm over her head. She swiped it across the table. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were resolute. Now that masters martial arts have reached such a high level, he's almost on par with those at the peak of the mountain. If it weren't for the 11th level, then wouldn't my master, or perhaps the future me?" The old man smiled. "You can wait and see." Chao Ci turned to look at the old man. "There are too few seniors who are as easy to talk to as you." The old man said self-deprecatingly, "That's because this old man has already accepted his fate." Chao Ci sat quietly by the wine table. Su Jia's snoring was as loud as thunder. The old man was nowhere to be found. He had gone somewhere else. Of course, Huang Liang Blushed Land was bigger than she had imagined. There was more than just a wine shop. However, it was indeed broken and incomplete. If it were not for the efforts of one of the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, it would have been no different from Lizhu Wonderland. It would have completely lost the suffix of a blessed land. What were the sages of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought busy with every day? Where did the 10 big grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens, and 72 blessed lands come from? After the pearl grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent was broken, were there only 35 grotto heavens left? In reality, many of the sages of the vast world needed to open up new territories and expand the territory of the vast world. In this regard, the Taoist sages of the Qingming world were different. They mainly pursued the height of the white jade capital. Layer upon layer, they continued to climb. As for the Buddhist world, they pursued the farthest reaches of the Buddhist Dharma. Whether it was the past, present, or future life, they wanted people to live without questions and without attachments. Chen Pingon looked at her. He lay there and could only shake his head slightly. Ning Yao gave the answer. Because the person who said those strange words will also die on the battlefield one day. Moreover, he will definitely die generously, just like his ancestors did before him. When I think of this, I feel that there's no need to be too angry. It's just a few words. It's not even as heavy as the sword qi around me. Maybe one day, I'll be fighting side by side with these people. Or maybe I'll save someone. Or maybe I'll only be able to watch someone die. Chen Pingon nodded and then sat up. He shook his head and said, "Miss Ning, if you think this way." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "I don't want to listen to reason. Don't bother me." She didn't need to listen to other people's reason. The elders in her family, the sword immortal on the city wall, Alliance who had sent her off from the inverted mountain, and her friends of the same age as her. But if it was Chen Pingon who said it, she could only be bothered by him. In that case, she might as well have stopped him from saying it from the start. Chen Pingon made an "oh" sound and continued lying down. As expected, he really didn't talk about those reasons that he had painstakingly read from books. Ning Yao suddenly sat up. "Are you really going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Chen Pingon sat up straight and nodded. "The elder who taught me the fish technique said that as long as I can ascend to the city wall, it will help me temper my soul. As long as I don't die there, it will be a great reward. And I don't know why, but after drinking the worryless wine with that couple, I have a feeling that going from the 4th realm to the 6th realm is a matter of course. It feels like as long as I want to ascend to the next realm, I can easily do it. But of course, I won't stupidly break through all the realms. If I don't take the first step firmly, it will be difficult in the future. But I have a feeling that after drinking the wine of golden millet paradise, it will be much easier for me to break through the 4th to 5th and 5th to 6th realms before the 7th realm." Ning Yao took the blade-strengthening gourd and shook it casually. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. "Then you have to thank them properly for giving you such an opportunity." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Of course. So I'll go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time and see if I can meet them again." Ning Yao thought about it and didn't say much. Chen Pingon was a little nervous. But it was too uncomfortable to be taken to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I'm afraid I can't even stand properly. How can I climb up the city wall? Ning Yao explained, actually, it's not as exaggerated and scary as you think. The city wall is where the sword chi is the most abundant. If you enter the pass from the inverted mountain and walk step by step towards the city wall, you'll gradually adapt and feel much better. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is similar to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's a place where Ascendant Realm sword cultivators of the 13th realm will not be forced to ascend. No one cares about our life and death. Even the heavenly axiom doesn't care about this place. So many sword cultivators from other places like to come here to train and participate in wars. The last time you saw the heavenly axiom in the sky above Pearl Grotto Heaven, they were Qi cultivators from the Ju-Lu continent. This time, with their help, on the surface, the demon race's 3 attacks failed and tens of thousands of corpses were left under the city wall. All of them became our capital to buy the inverted mountain ferry. But I don't think it's that simple. I believe that Grandpa Qin, who took you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and the other 2 sages who are guarding this place, can see it clearly. Chen Pingon first went to inform Jin Su that he was going to the Great Wall of Sword Beams in advance. Miss Osmanthus stood at the door of her room with mixed feelings. Finally, she bid farewell to Chen Pingon and Miss Ning with a smile. After leaving the Stork Inn, Ning Yao brought Chen Pingon to the foot of the lone peak. However, the little Daoist who was sitting on the second seat of the inverted mountain glanced at the young man's jade token that was not in accordance with the rules. Then, he looked at the little girl's face that was full of righteousness. The little Daoist was so angry that he jumped up from his praying mat. Fortunately, Chen Pingon had already started to explain, Immortal Elder, we met true monarch Flood Dragon at the Thunder Lake Tower. He told Miss Ning that the old true monarch's master had already issued a decree that he could make an exception for Miss Ning. If Immortal Elder is still worried, you can discuss it with the old true lord. If it really doesn't work, I'll go through this door tomorrow night. The little Daoist child glanced at Chen Pingon from the corner of his eyes. Who are you? Are you this little girl's lover? Chen Pingon just blinked and didn't say anything. He pretended to be dumb with the little Daoist child. The little Daoist child said in his heart. He chatted with true Lord Flood Dragon, who was considered his martial nephew according to seniority. Then, he looked at Ning Yao and Chen Pingon. You can go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi now. Since he had made up his mind, the little Daoist child didn't make things difficult for the 2 of them. He sat back on the cushion. Probably because he felt that the little girl was too infuriating, he simply lay back on the cushion and opened the Daoist book to cover his face. Out of sight, out of mind. Ning Yao held Chen Pingon's hand and said softly, remember, after entering the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it's normal for the Sword Chi seawater to flood your Chi residence. You can't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic your Chi will be. It will only be a mess. Chen Pingon nodded. I understand. I'll treat it as if I'm pulling blanks. As long as my heart is steady, everything will be stable. Ning Yao rolled her eyes. Bumpkin. Chen Pingon smiled and held her hand. Ning Yao quickened her pace and held Chen Pingon's hand as they hurriedly stepped through the mirror door. The man holding a sword sitting on the hitching post clicked his tongue in wonder. I reckon that many of the younger generation over there are going to go crazy. This silly boy's treatment won't be any better than the demon races. The little Daoist child whose head was covered by the book said sullenly, although I don't like this girl's bad temper, I still feel a little heartache when I see her being tricked by a silly boy. One is heaven and the other is earth. How did these 2 get together? Isn't it a random matchmaking? Who's the one who pulled the red string? Stand out. It was not the kind of uncomfortable sound that pierced the eardrums, but the kind that was not loud but disgusting. Chen Pingan hurried to the side of the city wall and looked up. Then, in the endless valley outside the city, something appeared. In Chen Pingan's view, standing on the city wall and looking at that thing was like looking down at an earthworm in the mud not far away. Chen Pingan could completely imagine that the true size of that earthworm must be extremely terrifying. Then, Chen Pingan saw that on the city wall, in the direction where hidden official had fallen, an enormous ball of snow-white light exploded. It rolled like a pearl towards that great demonic beast. Then, in the valley, dust flew. The battle had turned the world upside down. After about 30 minutes, the black-robed little girl with the goat horn braids returned to the city wall. Not far from Chen Pingan, she stood on the city wall and opened her mouth wide. She extended 2 fingers and shook a tooth. In the end, it seemed like she could not bear to pull it out. She only spat out a mouthful of blood on the horse path. Somewhat angry, she swaggered on the city wall, causing the horse path to tremble with each step she took. The old sword immortal guarding the city wall had unknowingly come to Chen Pingan's side. He smiled and explained to her, not killing her opponent means that she has lost. So she is rather angry. At this time, no one should pay attention to her, or else it will be very troublesome. In the past, only Alliance was willing to nag at her. He liked to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Anyway, he could withstand her beating. Now that Alliance has left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she is probably a little bored. Actually, that unlucky great demonic beast is only here to symbolically show its face. The old sword immortal brought Chen Pingan to the cottage. He suddenly said, because of certain reasons, you are an exception. So I will nag a little more with you. Chen Pingan nodded and did not say anything. When night fell, Chen Pingan left the little cottage that Chao Ci had built. He sat on the northern city wall and drank, gazing at the huge city that was brightly lit. He looked in the direction of Ning Yao's house. Then, he felt a tap on his left shoulder. When he looked to the left, Ning Yao was already sitting on his right. This time, she walked to the city wall and brought some food. She placed it at the cottage and brought a jar of wine. Chen Pingan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd. Ning Yao helped to pour the wine into the blade-strengthening gourd. After the wine jar was empty, Ning Yao casually threw it out of the city wall. It did not make a sound when it fell to the ground. After all, it was a small wine jar and not the hidden official from before. Ning Yao drank a mouthful of wine and started to daydream. Chen Pingan stayed in a daze with her. Ning Yao said softly, whether one is reasonable or not has nothing to do with how well one lives. Ning Yao stretched out her arm and pointed at the city. Over there, some people are too talented. So as long as they kill the innocent within the rules, no one can do anything about them. On the battlefield to the south of the city wall, such people are still famous heroes. Their sword auras soar into the sky and they cut through the demon army with an invincible stance. Even those who hate them have to admit that with or without them, it's a big difference. Ning Yao shook the wine jar. I've been to many places in the vast world and seen all kinds of people. Some people are just born into a good family and live a life of luxury. They don't have to worry about food or clothing. Every day, they just complain that life is boring and that they have suffered too much. She returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Chen Pingan and asked, bullshit. It's quite boring, isn't it? Chen Pingan thought about it. It's all right. Therefore, there is a saying that there is no second place in the fist. The winner and loser are obvious. Chen Pingan nodded. He had met the Dolly King Song Jankyung for the first time in Mud Bottle Alley. Then, he met the old man with the surname Chui in the bamboo house and Jing Dafeng, who broke through the realm with difficulty and ascended to the sky. He could clearly feel that they were completely different from the immortals on the mountain. The Grand Master's aura of, "I fight for the first place, who can compete with me," was very obvious. Ning Yao handed the wine flask back to Qin Pin Gan. "In fact, I only said half of my conclusion. You think Chao Ci is very powerful, but I think you are more powerful." Qin Pin Gan grinned foolishly. If he could make his beloved girl think that he was powerful, what else could he be if not powerful? Ning Yao said seriously, "Because among the martial artists of the same era, there are definitely not many who can fight with Chao Ci. No one can really experience Chao Ci's invincible arrogance. But not only did you fight with him, but you also fought 3 rounds. After losing all of them, you didn't lose to him in the battle of the state of mind. This is really rare." Ning Yao coughed and sat up straight. She patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. "This is rare. You have to keep it up and keep working hard." Qin Pingan saw that Ning Yao was speaking so seriously. He was originally very serious, but when he saw the mischievous look in her eyes, he knew that she was imitating Chao Ci and deliberately teasing him. Qin Pingan couldn't stop smiling. He didn't even care about drinking his wine. "You don't copy him at all." Ning Yao rolled her eyes. "Do you copy him?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I don't copy him. I don't need to copy him." Ning Yao clicked her tongue. It was unknown whether she was admiring him or making fun of him. Qin Pingan chuckled. With Ning Yao's intelligence, she immediately knew that this guy was imitating her at the Stork Tavern. She directly punched Qin Pingan's shoulder. "Drink your wine." Qin Pingan really drank a mouthful of wine. He then smiled. "Wow, today's wine seems to be especially delicious." Ning Yao glanced at the sword-nurturing gourd in Qin Pingan's hand and suddenly blushed. She punched Qin Pingan again and said angrily, "There are no good men." Qin Pingan held the wine gourd, confused. Ning Yao got up and left on her sword. She didn't forget to look back and glare at him. Qin Pingan blinked with an innocent face. He scratched his head and continued drinking. Qin Pingan pondered over it, but he couldn't understand why he was a bad man. However, Qin Pingan could feel that Ning Yao wasn't angry. She was just a little shy. Qin Pingan felt that this feeling that lingered in his heart wasn't bad. It was even better than drinking wine. There was a handsome man who was riding the wind high above the great wall of Sword Qi. He was the one beside the old man with the surname Qi. When he accidentally saw this scene, he smiled and said, "So it's just a hothead who doesn't understand." Qin Pingan drank the wine, put away the sword-nurturing gourd, and got up to practice the sword furnace stance. The moonlight entered his arms and shone on his shoulders. It was a peaceful night. When the sky was slightly brighter, Qin Pingan suddenly opened his eyes. He found that he had been standing motionless for half the night. Qin Pingan was a little scared. If he didn't pay attention and fell off the city wall, Hidden Official would be unharmed, but he would definitely be a pile of meat paste at the foot of the wall. Qin Pingan did a few stretches and jumped off the city wall. He went back to the cottage to eat the breakfast that Ning Yao had prepared last night. Then, he continued to walk along the city wall to the right. Then, along the way, Qin Pingan met a fat young man with a wicked smile but a murderous aura. As usual, he jumped off the city wall and circled around him. When he returned to the city wall, he saw a handsome and slightly feminine young man standing on the city wall. Then, there was a swarthy young man with a face full of scars. Finally, there was a one-armed girl with a huge sword on her back. But today, there were a few more young women beside her. It was as if they were taking the city wall for an outing. Exquisite snacks were placed on a beautiful silk cloth. When Chen Pingan jumped off the city wall and returned to the horse path, they all looked at him. When Chen Pingan brushed past them from afar, they were still pointing at him and gossiping. Chen Pingan's scalp went numb. In fact, he knew very well that these guys must be the friends that Ning Yao had described before. And they were all companions who had fought side by side in life and death. This was the second time that Chen Pingan complained about the straw sandals on his feet. The first time was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He was afraid that he would embarrass Li Baoping and Li Huai, so he went to buy brand new boots. But because he didn't go to the Cliff Academy in Dongshan, he left the capital with the young man Cui Dong. After wearing them for a while, he took them off and changed into the straw sandals that he was most used to. Chen Pingan hoped that he could tidy himself up even better. Even if he did not dress up like Chao Xiai and Cui Shi, who had a celestial aura that complemented their clothes, he had to be clean and tidy. Like Lin Shui, it would be best if he had a scholarly aura, even if it was only temporary. He would also pin a jade hairpin on his hair bun. He would not need to return the blade-strengthening gourd and the sword case at his waist. Chen Pingan continued walking. He sighed in his heart and felt a little regretful. But as he walked, Chen Pingan smiled to himself. He lifted his feet and looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. Old man, it's not that I don't like you. I'm very grateful for your hard work. Look at those pairs of companions who died on the journey. I've kept them well and didn't throw them away. They're all in Sherwu's belly. Well, the books say that this is called enjoying one's old age. It's hard for me to enjoy my grandchildren. Chen Pingan, who was talking to himself, didn't notice that those fellows who came to join in the fun were panicking. They were like dumplings that fell off the city walls one by one. It turned out that Ning Yao was flying over the city walls on her sword. The fat youth, Dong Haiden, and the handsome youth all fled in panic. The women held back their laughter as they randomly packed up their bags and left the city walls on their swords. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw Ning Yao arrive on her sword. She suddenly stopped high in the sky outside the city walls and then slowly flew over. Her speed was about the same as Chen Pingan's walking stance. Ning Yao helplessly said, "Don't worry about them." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. How much I like Chao Xiai now is how much I liked Dong Guanpu back then. Since he's already dead, let him die. The person who spoke was the little girl in a big black robe with pigtails. She was the hidden official of this generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Invisibly, more than 10 top sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had appeared around the top of the city wall. They were either the family heads of the big families or sword immortals with outstanding combat strength. Only the 2 sages who were qualified to be on equal footing with Qin Qingdo were missing. A handsome middle-aged man said sternly, "Dong Sangying, you were wrong in this matter. You were wrong from the beginning. All these years, you have placed too much hope on Dong Guanpu. That's why Dong Guanpu's sword heart became so extreme. He insisted on going to the hinterland of the demon race alone to train. That's why this disaster happened. He thought that with Dong Sangying in alliance, the Great Wall of Sword Qi could have another Dong Guanpu. I don't think so. It's fine if he doesn't listen. He's young and impetuous. What about you? Don't you know the danger?" Dong Sangying's face was cold. The sons of the Dong family should have such ambition. Why should I persuade him? I can't wait for the descendants of the Dong family to have a better sword Dao than me. At this point, Dong Sangying sneered and said, "Our Dong family is not like the Qin, Qi, and Nalan families. We don't have so many tricks up our sleeves. The domineering old man's strike almost destroyed half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The handsome man snorted and didn't speak anymore. Chen Pingon realized that the old man with the surname Chi also had a place. At this moment, he slowly said, "What else can we do? The enemy is right in front of us. Are we still going to fight among ourselves?" A thin old man in a long robe with a sword on his back nodded slightly. "No matter what, the most important thing now is to deal with the demon race's attack. We can't fall into disarray and let those bastards in the south take advantage of us." The old sword immortal completely ignored these two well-intentioned troublemakers. He didn't have any intention of calming things down. He stared at Dong Sanging and smiled. "If meritorious deeds can atone for your sins, then can I kill you today and let the hidden officer tear up a few pages of the merit book? Then, everything will be fine." Dong Sanging was speechless. The atmosphere was awkward and heavy. Chen Pingon watched this scene from behind the old sword immortal. He felt that the sword chi on the city wall had become heavier after these people appeared. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. Dong Sanging suddenly looked around and shouted angrily, "You want to watch a good show? You want to join in the fun? Get lost." The dozen or so mainstays of the Great Wall of Sword Chi knew that Dong Sanging was giving them a way out. His name shouldn't be in the book. The Dong family has a deep foundation and has a unique secret technique to conceal their aura. It's very difficult to be discovered. Ning Yao did not mention one thing. She was one of the sword cultivators in that strange book. Furthermore, she was one of the youngest sword cultivators in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ning Yao's name had been recorded in the book before she was 10 years old. As for the proud sons of heaven in history who received such treatment, without exception, they were all killed on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi before the age of 30. The monster race had never cared about the price. Often, the life or death of a proud son of heaven would involve the life or death of one or even several great demons or sword immortals. This was because the monster race felt that having Qin Qingdou on the city wall was enough. If another Ning Qingdou or Yao Qingdou were to appear, then it wouldn't be a matter of just one or two great demons of the upper 5 realms dying. The helpless aspect of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that if these proud sons of heaven didn't temper themselves on the battlefield early on and didn't rapidly rise between life and death, they would only be raised north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even if several sword immortals carefully taught them, they still wouldn't have the slightest chance of growing into the next Qin Qingdou, Alliance, or Dong Sanging. Chen Pingon suddenly asked, "If I stay here, will I distract you and drag down your cultivation?" Ning Yao nodded. She didn't deny it and didn't hesitate at all. However, she said straightforwardly, "But I'll be very happy if you're here. When I'm cultivating at the dragon beheading platform at home, I often can't help but think of you. I'll be in a daze and after I'm done, I'll run straight to you. After I go back, I'll hurriedly deal with some family affairs and then the day will pass just like that. Before I go to bed, I'll wait to see you the next day." This was Ning Yao. Qi Jingchun once warned Xiao Yao, a disciple of the school who fell in love with her at first sight, that it was best not to fall in love with Ning Yao. This was because she was a sword without a scabbard. If she revealed her sharpness, it would be easy for her to hurt others and even herself. Ning Yao's view of the world had always been very clear. She was almost ruthless. However, there was now Chen Pingon. Therefore, Chen Pingon said resolutely, "I'll leave here in 3 days at most. Then, I'll go to the North Continent, which is like the Great Wall of Sword Chi the most. I'll practice my fist and sword and strive to reach the 7th realm of martial arts as soon as possible so that I'll be qualified to participate in the war here. Then, I'll come to you." Ning Yao was silent. She knew that this was the right thing to do. However, she was unwilling to speak or nod her head. As for whether he is willing to help you or not, that will depend on Chen Pingan's luck. Chen Pingan nodded his head and said, "All right." Chen Pingan took down the scholar tree sword case and took out the scholar tree sword. Ning Yao asked, "Can you leave the scholar tree sword to me? I can also exchange a sword with you." Chen Pingan scratched his head and said, "The scholar tree sword was given to me by Mr. Qi. I can't give it to you, but you can keep it by your side. Also, you don't have to give me a sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura lacks swords, and I don't need it for the time being." Ning Yao waved her hand, and Chen Pingan gently threw the scholar tree sword to her. Then, he handed the scholar tree sword case to the old sword immortal. The talisman that was originally placed in the sword box had already been placed into Flying Sword 15 by Chen Pingan before entering the inverted hanging mountain. Otherwise, the female withered skeleton ghost would have already been reduced to ashes in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The moment the old man's finger touched the scholar tree sword case, it disappeared into thin air. Finally, the old sword immortal put one hand behind his back and put two fingers together in front of him. A sheathed sword was revealed between the old man and Chen Pingan. The old sword immortal signaled Chen Pingan to catch the sword with his eyes. Chen Pingan stretched out his hands, and the sword fell. Chen Pingan thought he could easily catch the sword, but he staggered and almost fell flat on his face. The old sword immortal looked indifferent. "The sword's name is Long Qi. The scabbard and the body are only 7 kilograms, but the sword's qi is 80 kilograms. The person who carries the sword can temper his soul day and night." Without the scholar tree sword case, Chen Pingan couldn't carry the long qi for the time being. He could only stand with the sword in his hands. The old sword immortal sized up Chen Pingan and nodded. "You finally look like a sword cultivator." Ning Yao suddenly turned her head to the south. The old man smiled. "Now you know why I disturbed the two of you." Ning Yao's eyes were sharp, and she flew up on her sword in an instant. The old man turned to Chen Pingan and said, "Quickly say goodbye to Ning Yao. I'll send you back to the inverted mountain." Chen Pingan hugged his sword and looked up at Ning Yao. However, he was momentarily speechless. Ning Yao also looked down. She hurriedly threw the blade-strengthening calabash to Chen Pingan. The old man said with a smile, "Love is not inferior to the sword's qi." "Then, let's leave it at that. We can talk about it the next time we meet." The old man flicked his finger and Chen Pingan, who had just caught the blade-strengthening calabash, fell backward. At the next moment, when Chen Pingan found his footing, he realized that he was no longer on the city wall. Instead, he was at the square at the foot of the inverted mountain. Only the sun hung high in the sky. For example, there were Xia Shi from the Jualu continent, Chao Shi from the Hausa continent, and the twin jade annulus of Dali who helped the Song family to continue the dynasty. Chen Pingan returned to the Stork Inn and learned that the Osmanthus Island had returned to the old dragon city. Chen Pingan asked the young shopkeeper about the ferry to the central part of the Tongya continent. He roughly knew which ferry to board at the inverted hanging mountain. The young shopkeeper had been living in the inverted hanging mountain for generations. He was very familiar with it. The sea in the Tongya continent was turbulent and high. It was not suitable for ferry navigation, especially in the southern part of the Tongya continent. It was extremely isolated. The ferry ports across the continent were almost all in the north. The northern Tongya sect could surpass the Yugue sect because of this. In the end, the young shopkeeper recommended Chen Pingan a treasure-swallowing whale ferry. It could be boarded from the incense ferry on the inverted hanging mountain to the central part of the Tongya sect. 10 days after the treasure-swallowing whale, Chen Pingan booked a room in the Stork Inn. The young shopkeeper sat behind the counter and calculated on his abacus. He glanced at the young man's back and was confused. The sword was still on his back. Why was the wooden box gone and an unfamiliar long sword? He shook his head and did not think too much about it. In the inverted hanging mountain, strange things were not strange. Not long ago, there was a young man from the central divine continent who found an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his martial arts. When he stepped into the inverted mountain from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he attracted an unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth, which caused the mirror door to shake violently. Even the lonely peak Great Heavenly Lord had to show up. It was said that he even personally took action to suppress the shocking movement of the door. There was also a group of female immortal masters from the Sweet Rain sect who brought countless flood dragon corpses to the inverted hanging mountain and made a fortune. True monarch Flood Dragon was the one who spent the most money. He bought a large amount of gold and silver Flood Dragon whiskers, so much so that he bought on credit. However, no one thought that this true monarch inverted hanging mountain was a fool. Because of this, the horsetail whisk, which was already one of the best among the half-immortal weapons, was close to the quality of an immortal weapon. A young man among the female chi refinement warriors from the Sweet Rain sect was immediately seen as a hot figure. It turned out that this lucky guy who had just been recruited into the Sweet Rain sect was not only chosen as a Tao companion by the famous fairy Tantua of the Sweet Rain sect, but he was also found to have excellent cultivation potential by the founder of the Sweet Rain sect. After that, he was favored by the famous fairy Yulin of the South Sea and they became husband and wife. The two golden core fairies who had the potential to become earth immortals served the same husband. Such a good marriage was envied by others. On the path of cultivation, the difference between a good and bad life was like heaven and earth. Chen Pingan went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and did not move from the city wall. When he was there, he felt that there were many things that could be said slowly. When he was thrown back to the inverted hanging mountain, he realized that it was already too late. However, although he was worried, he was not very sad. Instead, he was very worried. Chen Pingan brought the key to his room. Actually, he did not have anything to store. He just had a sword on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd. There was nothing else. Previously, under the advice of the young shopkeeper, Chen Pingan quickly left his room and went to a shop near the inn to buy some necessities. There was a book that described the general situation of the world, the annals of the mountains and seas. Of course, it was an immortal book. Otherwise, it would be a waste to buy it. On one page, there were dozens of pictures and 3,000 to 4,000 words. The pictures and words were like water in clouds, flowing slowly. There was a book that introduced the elegant music of the Tongyi continent. There was also a book about the elegant music of the Middle Plains. Chen Pingan did not wish to not be able to communicate with others when he arrived at the Tongyi continent. Although the situation of the Tongyi continent was similar to that of the Aquarius continent, there were many official languages and dialects between the vassal states. However, it was necessary to learn the elegant language of the immortal sects and the imperial court. The items in the inverted hanging mountain, especially the magic treasures and spirit weapons, were almost impossible to find by luck. The chi refinement warriors here had high cultivation levels and sharp eyes. Moreover, the prices were often very expensive, much higher than those in the continent. However, there was one good thing about it. It was that there were almost no fake goods. Those who had the ability to open a shop here were almost all old and established with thousands of years of history. There was no one-off business. Therefore, they especially cherished their reputation. As long as 1 grain rain coin was not compared to the gold essence copper coin used in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, it was extremely valuable. It was the same even in the inverted hanging mountain where immortals gathered. Since he had money in his pocket and did not have any way to make money at the moment, he could not just leave it to rot. Chen Pingan wanted to buy a practical spirit weapon for Lin Shi and Xie respectively. It was not a big deal if it was a little more expensive. Li Huai and Yu Lu did not need a small treasure bottle. The two of them were not considered cultivators and were still young. Yu Lu was a pure martial artist like him. As for selling things, he definitely did not know how to do it. Chen Pingan did not lack money now. After Chen Pingan bought the books at the Stork Inn, he went to the Lingji shop. This was the first time he came here for a tour with Jin Su. They did not look at the flowers in detail and mostly admired them as if they were immortal treasures. This time, Chen Pingan had a purpose and was even more specific. He did not even need to look at the priceless magic treasures that were the threshold for the Qi refinement warrior realm. Chen Pingan hoped to find a Taoist book or spirit weapon that was suitable for the cultivation of the Thunder Dharma. Otherwise, it would be the sweet dew bowl that Zhang Shanfeng obtained by chance back then. It could accumulate over time and help the cultivators to gather the spirit qi of heaven and earth. Even though he had narrowed down the scope, Chen Pingan was still dazzled. He walked back and forth in the Lingji shop carefully. After walking around for a long time, he had a rough idea in his heart. He chose more than 10 items before returning to the Stork Inn. He would think about it at night and should be able to start tomorrow. There was a Thunder Dharma Taoist book with a side note. There were 2 superior-grade elixirs that could cleanse one's marrow and bones. One came from the Xuanzu sect of the Fuyao continent and the other from the Xianglu mountain of the Hausa continent. They were both famous sects of the Taoist sex cauldron lineage. There were 7 to 8 spirit weapons. During this period, Chen Pingan inadvertently saw 3 military armor pills placed side by side in a wooden box. According to the text beside the box, it was the deity's due armor that the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom wore. However, the quality was much better. Furthermore, the 3 armor pills could be worn at the same time and the person wearing the armor would not feel burdened at all. One could imagine how high the defense was. However, the price was too shocking. 30,000 pieces of snow money. A piece of snow money was roughly equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. A piece of small heat money was equivalent to 100 pieces of snow money. A piece of grain rain money was equivalent to 10 pieces of small heat money. This was the 1110 rule of the immortals on the mountain. Chen Pingan remembered that back when he was on the Kun ship of Jiao Mountain, the treasure of the ship was not even worth this price. Furthermore, this was because 2 of the armor pills were slightly damaged and had not been repaired completely. They could not be called flawless. However, this was far from the most expensive magic treasure of Lingji shop. Many of the magic treasures of the immortals did not even need to be priced with snow money or small heat money. Instead, they used grain rain money. In a glass cabinet, a golden feather with flames floated. There were no side notes and it was priced at 100 pieces of grain rain money. As for some items that were overflowing with treasure or looked extremely inconspicuous, they did not even have a price tag and only had the words, face to face, written on them. Chen Pingan felt his teeth ache. That night, Chen Pingan decided on the final 2 items he wanted to buy. The Thunder Magic Taoist book that Lingji shop dared to claim was the only copy in the world. It's a pity that it's missing dozens of pages, otherwise it would be priceless. He would give it to Lin Shui. Also, there was the deity's due armor that could not be restored to its armor pill state. In fact, the prices of these 2 items greatly exceeded Chen Pingan's expectations. They were almost equivalent to the price of magic treasures. After Chen Pingan thought it through, he no longer hesitated. His face slightly pale, Chen Pingan began to walk and practice his boxing. He directly took out the golden robe from the core object. The sword immortal who participated in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi snapped his fingers and gave a rough explanation. The camouflage that the man used was similar to the blade-strengthening gourd that Wei Pai gave to Chen Pingan. Chi cultivators below the earth immortal level would not be able to see through it. Of course, if it was a battle of life and death, the robe would naturally protect Qin Pingan. No one was a fool. Of course, no one would be able to see through it. When the man left, he took the 2 golden dragon whiskers with him. After Qin Pingan closed the door, he gently opened the small cotton package. Inside was a long dragon-slaying platform that was about the size of a palm. The key was that there were 2 words carved on both sides, Naive Ningyao. This was naturally a masterpiece that only the great sword immortal could create. It was most likely made by Ningyao's parents as a gift for their daughter when she was young. Then, when Ningyao grew up, she met a young man she liked and gave it to him. "282. Sorry for the long wait, everyone." Qin Pingan waited quietly at the Stork Inn. After leaving the lawless Great Wall of Sword Chi, his punching had become relaxed again. Before he knew it, he had already completed the last 8,000 punches. On this day, Qin Pingan stopped his last punching stance and sat quietly at the table. He took out a small, green, and cute bamboo slip. Unlike other bamboo slips, it was not engraved with profound and beautiful words. Instead, it was a small tool that Qin Pingan used to calculate. When 100,000 punches, 200,000 punches, 500,000 punches, he would engrave the rough progress on it. Qin Pingan stretched out his finger and carefully stroked the engravings on it. Occasionally, there would be engravings that recorded 1,000 punches or even hundreds of punches. Those were the times when Qin Pingan was the most frustrated. For example, after he parted ways with Mr. Qi in that dilapidated ancient temple, or during the early days after the catastrophe on Osmanthus Island, and so on. There were also many moments that no one knew about. In short, when he practiced punching when his heart was not calm, no matter how many punches he performed, Qin Pingan would not count them as 1,000,000 punches. Just like that, he had punched 1,000,000 times. It was plain and simple. Level 4 was still level 4, and Qin Pingan was still Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan put away the bamboo slip. This old fellow could be considered to have retired. He picked out a brand new bamboo slip from the Green Immortal Mountain and planned to engrave the next 1,000,000 punches on it. The sunlight outside the window slipped into the room like a group of children who did not like to laugh. After they were tired, they sprawled on the table, the ground, and the young man's shoulders. Languid. Qin Pingan sat quietly where he was and did not think about anything. Or rather, he thought about something but did not have to remember it. It was quite good. A familiar knock on the door sounded. Qin Pingan immediately came back to his senses. This time, he did not ask who it was. Qin Pingan remembered everything about the sword immortal who was guarding the door very clearly. The emphasis on his words, the expression on his face, the spirit of his sword. Qin Pingan remembered it deeply. Even if it was an insignificant detail like the knocking on the door, Qin Pingan did not let go of it. When outside, it was better to be safe than sorry. The importance of this caution was not at all inferior to the fish technique. Qin Pingan did not ask who it was this time. He directly got up and opened the door. As expected, it was the sword immortal who liked to doze off. He entered the room and placed a thin and soft golden rope on the table. He smiled and said, "This demon-binding rope is made from the long whiskers of an old dragon. It is worthy of its name. I found a Taoist talisman from the inverted hanging mountain." He cut off 2 dragon whiskers the length of a thumb as a symbolic reward. In fact, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he used to make this rope must be much more than this loss. Just the 3 cloud patterns he carefully peeled off from a memorial to the Green Immortal are not inferior to the 2 dragon whiskers. The reason why I said this is not to take credit for it. It is just a matter of fact. In the end, it is because of little Ning's face. This is absolutely incomparable. Chen Pingan did not sit down. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Sword Immortal Senior." The man who still had his sword on the hitching post waved his hand and pointed to the golden demon binding rope. After roughly refining it, the demons of the middle 5 realms will not be able to escape from it. It is just that when facing the Jindan and Yuanying realms, they will not be able to hold on for long. However, those below the Jindan realm may not be able to break free. You don't have to think too much about it either. After saying this, Ningyao tilted her head back and drank her wine. She gently covered her chest with one hand. In Chen Pingan's heart, Ningyao's sharpness was far more straightforward at that moment than the first time he saw her sword kinesis. The only thing that could compare was in his hometown town. Ningyao pressed 2 fingers against her glabella as though she was opening her heavenly eye. She threatened to open up the world of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. A trace of golden color seeped out and she nearly conjured her intrinsic flying sword. Therefore, Chen Pingan decided to practice swordsmanship. He wanted to become a great sword immortal. One day, he wanted to carve words on the southern rampart of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and put away the blade-strengthening gourd. He pinned it to his waist. Recently, Chen Pingan had stopped drinking. Since he had decided to practice swordsmanship, he already had the Sword Arts Proper Sutra. He also carried the Kachungchi that the old sword immortal lent him. Chen Pingan began to seriously consider this matter. It was even more serious than when he decided to practice the mountain-quaking fist, a million punches. Chen Pingan stood up and closed his eyes. He slowly paced around the table. Swordsmen used swords. Swordsmen of the pugilistic world also used swords. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Wei Jin of the Windy Snow Temple who led the donkey away was a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. However, Chen Pingan still remembered the elegance of his swordsmanship. Regardless of whether it was the sword sage Song of the Shu Shui nation or the sword deity of the Cai nation who died at the hands of Ma Kushuan, no matter how high their swordsmanship was or how famous they were in the pugilistic world, it was difficult for them to contend against the Qi cultivators, especially swordsmen. Previously, Chen Pingan wanted to go to the Julu continent to gain experience because he heard that the swordsmen of the pugilistic world in the Julu continent had much higher attainments in swordsmanship than the Aquarius continent. Over there, swordsmen were as common as clouds. Even if they were pure martial artists at the foot of the mountain, they could still wrestle with the Qi cultivators. To become a sword immortal, one had to become a swordsman. First, one had to have a longevity bridge. An old bridge could not be repaired. Moreover, even if it was repaired, one's achievements would be limited. Then, one had to build a new one. How could he start? He had to go to the Eastern Sea Monastery in the Tongyi continent. He had to find an old Taoist whose name he did not even know. Since the old Taoist was mentioned by the old sword deity, he must be a rather impressive old Taoist. It was still uncertain whether he would meet him or not. Chen Pingan circled the table again and again. The entire imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the mountains and in the pugilistic world, fell into a treacherous silence. The dignified Great Sui Kingdom, the rightful ruler of the northern part of the Aquarius continent, the country's power, actually surrendered without a fight and ceded land for peace. A famous literary scholar was drunk and singing, climbing the mountain to write poems. Before he committed suicide, he left behind his last words: "Since the founding of the Great Sui Kingdom, the scholars have been humiliated to this extent. Only death can prove their innocence. A famous chess player of the Great Sui Kingdom chopped up his most beloved chess piece and used it as firewood to burn. The Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court had people resigning, from the high-ranking officials to the minister-counselor. There were more than 100 of them. It was rumored that half of the imperial court's 6 departments were empty. Regardless, the Dali armored cavalry had started to move south. The Aquarius continent was in chaos. From the pavilion came the crisp sound of chess pieces landing. Yuan Xiu came to an ancient pine tree at the edge of the cliff. She picked up stones from the ground and lightly threw them out of the cliff. The clouds flowed like a river, the sky was vast. She suddenly threw away the remaining stones in her hands. I still have to help my father forge. It's over, it's too late. I will not be able to eat salted meat stewed with bamboo shoots tonight. There was a family of 3 that took a ferry from the south to the north, and finally reached their destination in the North Continent, a celestial sect called the Lion Peak. Among the group, there was a young master and servant. One of them was a scholarly young master, and the young servant was helping to lead a horse. On the back of the horse was a unique official gold and silver saddle of the Hualing dynasty. The servant was not too happy, and did not have a good expression along the way, but since his young master wanted to lead the way, he could not say anything. That family of 3 was uncouth. Most importantly, they didn't have the slightest bit of discernment. Although that extremely vulgar man and woman gave birth to a pretty good daughter, no matter how pretty she was, how could she be worthy of their young master? The Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, although the emperor's surname was Han, but who did not know that all the officials in the imperial court had the same surname as his young master? And although the young master was not the only son of the family, but in this generation, there was only the young master and his elder brother. The elder brother was a concubine, and the young master was the son of the first wife, so even if the young master married a princess, he would be wronged. Why bother with a blind mountain girl? A family that came from a small place like the Aquarius continent, they were not worthy of the young master's attention. The servant was so angry that he cried a few times, but the young master only consoled him, and continued to follow the 3 to the Lion Peak. The owner of the Lion Peak, although he was a famous celestial family, but so what? When he met the young master's grandfather, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. As for the land sword immortals who came and went in the wind, he was just a servant. Over the years, thanks to the young master, he had seen a few of them. It was true that this young servant, who had seen a few genuine sword immortals, had seen a few of them, but he had underestimated the owner of the Lion Peak. Although he was only a nascent soul Earth Immortal of the 10th realm, the Earth Immortals of the North Continent were valuable. If one did not have any real ability, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold, unless he was a free and unfettered mountain rogue immortal. Especially this person from Lion's Peak, he was a genuine outsider, yet in a short period of 200 years, he practically relied on his own strength to defeat a clan of the Hualing dynasty, and it was sufficient to prove that this person's combat strength was extraordinary. Moreover, the Julu continent was full of experts, eccentrics, unreasonable people, and a combination of all 3. Therefore, it was easy for unexpected disasters to come when one was overseeing the mountain in the Julu continent. Often, there would be great cultivators who did not like the mountain gate, and they would hammer the mountain gate. If they could not win, they would run away, and if they could win, they would tear down the plaque. This was the Julu continent that had snatched away the north name of the White Jade continent. The people there were tough, and martial arts were respected. The cultivators were good at fighting, and there were many disciples of celestial families who liked to travel alone. After leaving the mountain, they deliberately pretended to be rogue cultivators, so that they could fight happily. Here, sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Some of the top swordsmen who were famous in the Jianghu could even compete with the celestial swordsmen on the mountain. Therefore, Compared to other continents, the three Confucian academies in the Julu continent had always been scholars with extremely high combat power. As for whether they were knowledgeable or not, they could give way, otherwise, they would not be able to suppress them. In the eyes of the native cultivators and monarchs of the Julu continent, this person liked to drop books, so he was not particularly likable. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a sage who was given the two words, anger control, by his teacher before he left the Central Earth Academy. As a result, he became angry one day, and there was someone who openly said that the moral knowledge taught by this sage was nonsense. At that time, this person was only a short distance away from the Julu continent, and then he swaggered away. There were many celestial families in the Julu continent who agreed with him. The academy was gloomy for a long time. Finally, one day, the sage left the academy, and in a month, he beat up two nascent soul cultivators and a jade primitive realm cultivator. It was said that in the end, this Confucian sage would knock the other party's head while loudly questioning them, "Do you understand now?" Of course, the three of them could only say that they understood, but the sage would always reply, "You understand now." It was a joke. The master of the Lion Peak was one of the rare earth immortals that the sage of the Julu continent liked. However, the little errand boy could not come into contact with these top-level secrets. When they arrived at the mountain gate at the foot of the Lion Peak, the errand boy thought that since they were already here, they should at least ask for a cup of tea. However, the young master was annoyed again. He said to the couple and the young lady that they had to bid farewell in the end, and then turned around and left with the errand boy. The little errand boy felt so wronged that his face was almost full of tears. After wandering outside for half a year, it was a good thing to go home, but it was not heroic at all. After climbing the mountain, the woman and her daughter whispered for a long time. They felt that this rich family's son was not bad. He treated people kindly and had a good appearance. At first glance, they could tell that he was a scholar. Compared to Lin Shi and Dong Shuijing, who were half a bucket of knowledge, he looked more knowledgeable. Unfortunately, her daughter neither nodded nor shook her head. The woman was so angry that she poked her daughter with her finger and scolded her with a smile, "Stupid girl who doesn't understand." She probably could not be considered a young girl anymore. She smiled softly. She had always been like this since she was young. She never got angry or laughed. Except for her younger brother, Li Huai, she did not care about anyone else. The woman often said that she was a soft dough that could be kneaded by anyone. When she got married in the future, she would suffer a lot. Of course, the woman's main meaning was that her daughter was so soft. When she got married in the future, she would definitely not be able to manage the family and control her husband's family. How could she support her younger brother then? The woman never hid her favoritism. Fortunately, the woman's husband, a boorish man named Li Er, never favored boys over girls. He doted on both his son and daughter. It was a pity that his status was the lowest in the family, and his words were the most useless. Li Lu was probably born to be submissive and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This time, when the woman heard that the head of the Lion's Peak had some relationship with her husband's good-for-nothing master, her husband promised that the family of three would not have to worry about food and drink when they came here. The woman, who had been homeless all the way across continents and seas, scolded old Yang less. She felt that Li Er was finally useful after being her disciple for so many years. Otherwise, the next time she returned to her hometown and saw old Yang, she would block the entrance of the medicine shop every day and scold that old thing until he did not have to wash his face every day. As the woman walked, she suddenly thought of her precious son who had no one to take care of him and was definitely suffering. She became angry and pinched her daughter's arm. "What's wrong with that young master with a strange surname? Haven't you thought about marrying him so that we don't have to look at people's faces in this Lion's Peak?" Let that Sita guy marry you first, then we can openly move into their house. Then, quickly bring Li Huai over and our family of 4 will be reunited. Li Lu smiled and her eyes curved as if she was admitting her mistake and begging for mercy, but also seemed like she was acting coquettishly. The woman could not stand her daughter acting like this. She calmed down and pinched Li Lu's arm again, but this time, she used less strength. You have no conscience. You don't even know how to care for your younger brother. I've raised you for so many years in vain. At this point, the fickle woman smiled happily again. She reached out and gently pinched her daughter's cheeks. This brat's appearance is really like mine. Look, this little face is so pretty that water can be squeezed out. Li Er, who was carrying a large luggage bag, grinned. However, the woman was a little sad. It wasn't easy for me to endure until that old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley died and that vixen in Clay Bottle Alley moved away. If only I didn't have to leave the town. No one can argue with me anymore. The journey to the north was filled with trepidation. The woman only felt that it was a pity that she had good martial arts skills but could not display them at all. Li Lu's delicate appearance might not necessarily be like her mother. However, Li Huai must have taken after his mother to be a tyrant in his nest. At the top of Lion Peak, the Peak Master was accompanying an old man who looked like a rich man. The latter had an oily face. If he did not appear here and was not respectfully accompanied by an earth immortal cultivator, he would most likely be mistaken as a shopkeeper of a small shop at the foot of the mountain, or a country gentleman in a fish and meat village. The fat old man had a green rope tied around his wrist. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Mr. Yang is really open-minded. If it were me, I would have been reincarnated 1,000 times over by this talkative woman." The old man beside the rich man had a sage-like demeanor. He was in line with the image of an immortal in the hearts of the common people. When he heard the guests teasing, he did not reply and only smiled politely. The fat old man smiled and asked, "Let's not talk about that useless Jean Dan. How many earth immortals like you have come out of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past 1,000 years? Now that you and I are allies, you don't have to hide such a small matter, right?" The old immortal master bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Great Sword Fairy Chow, forgive me for not being able to say too much." It turned out that this rich man was Chao Shi, the sword fairy of Hassa continent who came to be Li Lu's protector according to the contract. Chao Shi asked again, "Why is Li Lu unwilling to cultivate? What is the reason for this?" As the Peak Master of Lion Peak, the old immortal master said helplessly, "Sword Fairy, you can ask my ancestor yourself." Chao Shi was stunned. "She is the reincarnation of your ancestor? Lion Peak has only been passed down for a few years. How can you find her?" The old immortal master hesitated for a moment. He seemed to have been instructed. After weighing the pros and cons, he said carefully, "We have our own secret method, and it is not just my ancestor." Chao Shi asked the most important question, "Does Li Lu know?" The old immortal master smiled and said nothing. It was already the answer. Chao Shi said, "You have found a treasure." After that, Li Er and his family stayed in Lion Peak. They were received by an old steward of Lion Peak. Nominally, he was a distant relative of old Yang of the medicine shop. He was in charge of some chores in Lion Peak. He gave the 3 of them an ordinary residence and did not give the woman any work for the time being. He only said that he would have to wait for a few days. The rules of Lion Peak were strict. No one was allowed to disturb the immortal master's cultivation. The woman always felt that these words were directed at her, so she was very nervous. Of course, she did not know that after leaving the house, the disciplinary elder of Lion Peak hurriedly wiped off his cold sweat. The Peak Master gave him such a difficult task. It was really creepy. The old man did not even dare to look at the woman named Li Lu. After a few days, the woman couldn't stay any longer. She said that she wanted to find something to do in the small town next to Leo Peak. Li Er borrowed money from someone and planned to open a shop there. Later, a master from Leo Peak coincidentally discovered that Li Lu had the aptitude for cultivation. Li Lu stayed on the mountain to cultivate alone. The woman was short-sighted. She always felt that Li Lu was lucky to have married a rich man. In fact, she was not very happy. If she really became an immortal cultivator, she would not be able to see her for years or decades. How could she give Li Huai any benefits? But in the end, the woman still followed Li Er to the small town. They rented a house and wandered around, looking for a suitable shop. At that time, Li Lu sent her parents off at the foot of the mountain. When the two figures disappeared on the road, all the Yuanying and Jindan cultivators, including the Lion Peak Master, appeared behind the woman. They were all respectful and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Under the lead of the Mountain Master, everyone said in unison, "Welcome back to the mountain, ancestor." Li Lu did not pay attention to them. She did not allow them to follow her and went up the mountain alone. She came to a cave on Lion Peak that had been sealed for a long time and strode into it. Li Lu did not care about the layers of restrictions that even Earth immortals could not break. In other words, it did not hinder her at all. When she walked out of the cave, there was a golden lion seal hanging on her waist. Chao Shi had been waiting at the door for a long time. She held a dagger-sized short sword in her hand. She raised her arm that was tied with a small green rope and smiled, "Before refining a river water to be your natal flying sword, this short sword followed me in battle for 300 years. After that, the sword aura was constantly nourished and accumulated. When you reach the middle 5 states, you can use it at will. You can use it 10 times and its power is comparable to the full blow of a Jade Royal Realm sword immortal. When you reach Jindan or Yuanying, you can use all the sword aura at once. That will be the sword of a celestial realm sword immortal." Li Lu smiled gently. She raised her hand and the short sword was in her hand. She casually pulled the sword out of its sheath and gently slashed towards the outside of the mountain. A long rainbow of sword aura slashed out. It had the power to split heaven and earth. The cultivators on Lion Peak were shocked into silence. Li Lu, who had inexplicably reached the middle 5 states in one step, nodded, as expected. Chao Shi sighed, "I've seen a ghost." It was rare for Chao Shi to think of that unfilial descendant of his, Chao Jun, who was now mingling in Dolly's army. Sigh, look at other people's children and then look at my own. It's so infuriating. Martial Mountain. As one of the 2 ancestral halls of the militarists in Aquarius continent, Martial Mountain had more rangers than Wind Snow Temple. There were many more militarists who joined the army. In the past year, more and more cultivators left the mountain. Half of them went to Dolly in the north, while the other half chose to join the countries in the central region of Aquarius continent. The somewhat deserted Martial Mountain had recently become lively. Ma Kuxuan, that domineering newcomer who had only ascended the mountain for a few years, had caused a huge disturbance. He had killed a sea-viewing cultivator. Martial Mountain didn't announce the specific reason, but it wasn't a life-and-death feud. That old cultivator had never interacted with Ma Kuxuan, so even if they had a conflict, it was at most a battle of words. The vicious and merciless Ma Kuxuan must have purposely killed him. Even with 2 ancestors pleading for mercy, Ma Kuxuan was still imprisoned in the divine martial hall behind the mountain. He couldn't leave for a year. The Hall of Divine Martial Arts worshipped the ancestors of Martial Arts Mountain and more than 10 nameless gods. It was said that there had been a catastrophe in the history of Martial Arts Mountain. During the crisis, the master of that generation of Martial Arts Mountain had used a secret art to invite the golden-bodied god, who had enjoyed thousands of years of incense in the hall, to go down the mountain to kill the enemy. They were so powerful that they finally destroyed more than 10 immortal families in one breath. However, being imprisoned in the Divine Martial Hall wasn't a comfortable thing. Only cultivators who had committed serious crimes would be imprisoned here. In the end, less than 1 in 10 would walk out alive. It was said that the gods enshrined in the Divine Martial Hall would wake up on some ancient fast days when their inheritance had been lost. They would interrogate, whip, and even devour the souls of cultivators. In an immortal mansion surrounded by immortal chi on Martial Mountain, an extremely senior military ancestor shouted, "Isn't it too harsh to punish Ma Kuxuan like this?" The person sitting opposite him was young and handsome. His fingers were as slender and fair as a woman's. He was playing chess by himself. Faced with this junior martial brother's rude questioning, the man was indifferent. He didn't even want to say a word. The old man slapped the table. "Ma Kuxuan is a rare genius I've seen in my life. A true genius. If you destroy him, I'll never let you off." The man had just picked up a chess piece. After hearing the old man's words, he silently put it back into the box. He frowned and said, "Many sects with the word sect in their name have been destroyed in the hands of amazing geniuses." The old man sneered. "But there are many more who can revitalize a sect because of one person." The man shook his head and said, "When it comes to cultivation, the most important thing is to not make mistakes. Otherwise, breaking the rules of our ancestors and gaining temporary prosperity because of 1 or 2 people is just a pavilion in the sky. Besides, Martial Mountain is running smoothly now. It doesn't need anyone to save it. Junior Martial Brother Liu, let me give you a piece of advice. You value Ma Kuxuan so much that you're willing to give him all your treasures and even secretly help him win that fortune. In the end, it's your own business. I won't interfere because it doesn't break the rules of Martial Mountain." The old man looked at the young man, whose expression was getting colder and colder. Ma Kuxuan sat cross-legged on the head of a tall statue, and a black cat sat on his head. A man, a cat, and a statue. The black cat stretched out a paw and gently scratched Ma Kuxuan's head. Ma Kuxuan didn't mind. He had been relying on the black cat since he was young, and it was even more so after his grandmother passed away. The eyes of the golden wooden statue on his left suddenly glowed with golden light and moved. The giant statue slowly walked down the altar and looked around. Finally, it saw Ma Kuxuan on the head of the statue in the middle. The statue walked to the center of the hall and turned to face the young man and the cat. The 3-foot-tall statue knelt on one knee. Ma Kuxuan seemed to be used to this. He reminded the black cat as usual, "Remember to keep your mouth shut when you go back." The wooden statue nodded slightly, got up, and strode forward. It stepped onto the altar and stood still. Its golden eyes quickly lost their color and became silent. The doors and windows of the hall were extremely high. Light shone through the gaps in the windows and scattered inside the hall. Therefore, the dust could be seen. Ma Kuxuan suddenly mocked himself, too many treasures and too many blessings. It's quite annoying. The black cat lifted one of its legs and licked the sole of its foot gently. Ma Kuxuan lay down. The black cat jumped and landed on Ma Kuxuan's chest after he lay down. It curled up and quickly fell asleep. The black cat occasionally changed to a more comfortable position. Ma Kuxuan crossed his legs and stroked the black cat's soft fur with one hand. Thinking of the eccentric and fawning people on Martial Mountain, he felt a bit bored. "So what if you don't like me?" "I don't like you either." The hall was empty. There was only the slight snoring of the man and the cat. The golden statues of the gods were lined up in order, as if they were loyally guarding the high and mighty king. Year after year, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Zhou Ju, the sage of Lakeview Academy, didn't follow his teacher to meet the Taoist heavenly lord of the Jiulu continent. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and speak rudely to Xie, which would only make things difficult for his teacher. If his teacher left the academy, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the heavenly lord Xie. He couldn't just watch Zhou Ju get slapped to death by Xie. Was he going to apologize to an outsider on behalf of his student? Therefore, Zhou Ju came to a mountain not far from where the Kuan ship crashed. According to the records, the soaring sword aura came from there and destroyed the Kuan ship heading south to Old Dragon City. There were many casualties and almost none of the passengers below the middle 5 realms were spared. Zhou Ju searched the mountain to no avail. It was reasonable that he couldn't find any clues. Because even a blind person could see that this disaster was planned by someone behind the scenes to frame the most powerful dynasty in the Aquarius continent. But Zhou Ju couldn't understand one thing. Why would the Taoist master of the Jiulu continent be willing to lower himself and get involved in this mess? He even didn't hesitate to fight with the Lakeview Academy. If this continued, Heavenly Lord Xie would most likely become the public enemy of all the Qi refinement warriors in the Aquarius continent. Did Xie really think that he was the second disciple of the Tao ancestor? Zhou Ju didn't think that the Song clan could invite a Heavenly Lord from another continent. After eating and sleeping in the open these days, Zhou Ju decided to go down the mountain. Mr. casually mentioned something. In the past 6 months, many long-lost magic treasures without owners had appeared in the Hausa continent, the Tongya continent, and the Fuyao continent. There were even a few half-immortal weapons among them, which caused a huge shock. Countless cultivators from the mountains and lakes swarmed over. The deep-rooted immortal families and magnates would not give up on these great opportunities. For a time, all kinds of people were mixed together. Zhou Ju wasn't interested in these. He was even less interested in the way of the world. Because it was more difficult for a scholar to study in peace. This wasn't good. Zhou Ju raised his head and looked at the sky. I, Zhou Ju, and the little sage of the Lakeview Academy, Zhou Yuran, can find clues. What about you, who are in a higher position than my mister? Zhou Ju went down the mountain and wandered lazily. He either rode the wind or walked. In the end, he came to a lively market and drank a bowl of hot and sour soup. Zhou Ju's face immediately lit up with joy, and all his worries disappeared. The vendor's daughter was in the prime of her youth. Her skin was slightly tanned but had a healthy glow. She stole a few glances at Zhou Ju. There weren't many scholars in her hometown, and there were even fewer good-looking scholars. She felt that it was good to be able to take a look. Hence, Zhou Ju ordered another bowl of hot and sour soup. (284) Before Chen Pingon boarded the bow-swallowing whale to Tongya continent, he went to the market outside Shangxiang brothel and bought an incense tube. There were 81 incense sticks in it. The incense sticks were specially made by the inverted mountain. The fragrance was good. It was a good item to worship the gods or to burn incense to calm the heart. However, it was not cheap. 1 piece of money was equivalent to 100 pieces of snow. The reason why he spent so much money was that Chen Pingon remembered that there was a mountain temple in Luopa Mountain. If his friends visited in the future, he might as well give them the incense sticks. It was a good thing for the gods to enjoy the incense when the guests were sincere. In addition to the incense tube in Shangxiang brothel and the 2 treasures he bought at a high price in Lingjizhai, Chen Pingon also bought a set of sword fairy painting from the Hazuo continent from a shop outside Jingjian Pavilion. There were a total of 5 paintings. Each painting was a long scroll. There were 20 sword fairies in the painting. Each sword fairy was less than an inch long on the scroll. They were lifelike and floated in the air like fairies. The first version of Sword Fairy painting was made by a master painter after he watched the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After that, it was copied countless times. There were too many sword fairies in Jingjian Pavilion. This set of sword fairy painting was called Shi Chu edition, and only 100 of them were chosen according to the personal preferences of the master painter. At that time, there were several editions in the shop. The price difference was great, and the Shi Chu edition was the most expensive. After careful comparison, Chen Pingan found that the Shi Chu edition of Sword Fairy painting was the most to his liking, so he gritted his teeth and bought it. The cost was not small. It was a total of 50 pieces of money. The shopkeeper beamed with joy. It was unknown whether he was happy to have met a sucker, or he sincerely felt that Chen Pingan had good taste. He told some interesting stories about the sword immortal painting. He said that there were a few sword cultivators in the world who had accidentally obtained a remnant scroll of the sword immortal painting from the early days. They had comprehended the true meaning of the few sword immortals in their respective scrolls and became immortals in one step, becoming famous sword immortals on the land. Chen Pingan planned to give this set of sword fairy painting to Saint Wan Tong as a congratulatory gift in the future. When he left his hometown Longquan County, Master Wan Tong had not held a celebration for the establishment of the sect. It should have been done by now. To Ruan Qi, 50 pieces of small money was definitely not worth mentioning. However, it was something that he had brought from the inverted mountain to the Dragon Spring of Dali. Separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, it was more or less a little of the gift but more of the sentiment. Clothes make the man, the saddle the horse. As Chen Pingan walked towards Shangxiangdu, there were actually a few young female immortal masters who glanced at him a few times. After glancing at him, they looked at him again. It was fine if they didn't sweep him clean. Chen Pingan's trip to the Tongya continent to seek Dao was much more serious than the trip to the inverted hanging mountain. After confirming that those young female Qi refinement warriors did not harbor any ill intentions, he did not think too much about it. The fairy painting was bigger than the Zhuangfang crossing. However, Chen Pingan, who had a boarding jade pendant on his waist, did not see the huge treasure-swallowing whale. Instead, he saw a mountain turtle with pavilions built on its back. There was also a huge carriage pulled by a Qinghuan celestial crane. There was also an item that was unique to the Fuyao continent according to the Annals of the Mountains and Seas. It was a small mountain shaded by green trees. He did not know if it was the Feilai Mountain or the Feilai Peak. It was said that the roots of the mountain were formed by the condensation of spiritual energy. It was a great tonic for the dragons of the world. In ancient times, after the dragons of the land had chosen a certain route to the sea, they would ask people to move the Feilai Mountain and the Feilai Peak to the river bank. This was so that they could eat in time and prevent exhaustion. Chen Pingan had just started to learn the language of the Central Plains. When it came to asking for directions, it was destined that he could not speak the same language. If he could not, he could only take out a bamboo scroll to ask for directions. Fortunately, Chen Pingan found a few passengers on the same type of ferry. He followed them silently. After walking for a while, they arrived at a crowded place. Chen Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. However, someone tapped his left shoulder lightly. Chen Pingan turned his head to the right and saw a familiar face. The person saw that Chen Pingan did not fall for his trick and felt a little bored. Languid, he said, "Why, are you also going to the Fuyao sect of the Tongya continent? What a coincidence. Don't tell me you are plotting something against me. Are you drooling over my beauty?" The villain was complaining first. Chen Pingan did not have a good impression of this person. This person was wearing a pearl hairpin, a pink dress, and a ribbon around his waist, a beautiful man. If it was fate that brought them from Old Dragon City to the inverted hanging mountain on Osmanthus Island, then going to the Fuyao sect from the inverted hanging mountain on the same day was very likely a trap. This disciple with the surname Liu, who had been chased out of the fragrant inn by the little Daoist boy, clearly saw Chen Pingan's wariness. He patted the jade token on his waist that was given to him by the treasure-swallowing whale and laughed. As you thought, I am going to the Fuyao sect this time to wait for you. What kind of honesty was this? Chen Pingan was a little confused. However, he made up his mind to keep a respectful distance from this person. Not only was this person as beautiful as a woman, but his voice was also clear and melodious. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. Previously, when they unintentionally had toured the capture pavilion together, his words and actions showed that he was someone who did not act according to common sense. Although Chen Pingan did not dislike this person's attire, temperament, and hobbies, he did not wish for someone to disturb his peaceful life. My surname is Liu and my name is Tai. I am a descendant of the Liu clan from the Central Plains Divine Continent. I am not very well liked in the clan, so I came out to travel the world and have visited 5 of the 9 great continents. Originally, I did not intend to go to the Tongyi continent, but now that I am embarrassingly short of money, I want to find a good person who does not covet my beauty. I feel that you are the right person. Since I already owe you a Guyu coin, I don't mind owing you another one. Who knows, when I reach the Tongyi continent, I might step on dog poop on the road and be able to return the money to you. At the same time, I can also earn money for my journey home. The self-proclaimed Liu Tai looked at Chen Pingan's expressionless face. Clearly, he was not willing to believe his nonsense. It's true that I don't have any money in my pocket, but it's also a lie that I can't earn any money. However, after I owed you a grain of grain rain money, I did a divination for myself. It's that I'll devour treasures in the East and be conferred the title of Marquis in Tongye. The meaning of this divination is very shallow, but to prevent any accidents, I still stayed here for a full 20 years. This is the reason why I said that I'll wait for the hair to come. When I finally saw you, I knew that if I didn't go on this trip to Tongye continent blessed by the elder ancestor, I would be struck by lightning. Chen Pingan did not speak ill of him, nor did he show any impatience. Instead, he used a kind tone to ask, "Young Master Liu, if you follow the divination to the Tongye continent, I will not stop you, nor can I stop you. However, can the 2 of us go our separate ways? If young Master Liu is in urgent need of money, I can lend you some money." He suddenly interrupted Chen Pingan's words. His tone and expression were naturally charming. "What young Master Liu? To avoid trouble, you can just call me Miss Liu. Otherwise, the way people look at me will be very strange." Chen Pingan's scalp went numb. "Since you mind the way people look at you, why don't you mind how I look at you?" Liu Tai actually started to act coquettishly. "Chen Pingan, can you do me a favor? Can you give me a ride? I can swear to the heavens that if I have any bad intentions towards you, I will be struck by lightning, thrown into the Thunder Lake for a bath, suppressed under Sway Mountain, imprisoned in the furnace of the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace, and exiled to a desolate secret realm thousands of miles away." His mouth was full of lies. He even reached out a hand that was slender and fairer than a woman's, trying to grab Chen Pingan's arm. Chen Pingan had goosebumps all over his body. He did not care whether he was polite or not. He slapped away Liu Tai's hand and said sternly, "Young master. Miss Liu, please have some self-respect." Liu Tai retracted his hand resentfully. He stood where he was, biting his lips. His eyes were full of resentment and he was about to cry. Chen Pingan turned around and left. Liu Tai followed him like a shadow. When Chen Pingan stopped, he stopped. When Chen Pingan turned his head, he turned his head. Out of nowhere, he took out an exquisite small bronze mirror. There was even an opened rouge box between his fingers. He looked like a beauty grooming herself in front of the mirror. This scene made Chen Pingan, who knew him very well, feel a chill down his spine. On the other hand, many male chi refinement warriors around had ripples in their eyes. Some of the older Golden Core and nascent Soul Realm cultivators had seen through Lu Tai's camouflage and knew that he was a man. However, their eyes were still burning with passion. The path of cultivation was long and immortal. There were no taboos. Lu Tai was like a pitiful abandoned wife. He did not dare to complain to the heartless man. He only dared to follow him reluctantly. The surrounding gazes were full of playfulness. Chen Pingan had never experienced such a disgusting scene. He was full of anger, but he could not do anything to Lu Tai. As more and more people disappeared into thin air in front of the ferry, Chen Pingan realized that the place where the treasure-swallowing whale boarded the ferry was the beautiful lichens on the ground. When he bought the fairy jade tokens, there were 3 kinds of tokens: Clouds in the Peak, Enchanting Garden, and Blue Water Lake. The prices were different. Chen Pingan chose the Blue Water Lake in the middle. At this time, looking at the 3 lichens, the scenery was very different. There was a lone peak with clouds and mist, vast blue waves, houses on the lake scattered like stars in the sky, and courtyards and pavilions full of flowers. Miss Liu, who was not far behind him, explained timidly, "You can't board the ferry through the mouth of the treasure-swallowing whale. This treasure-swallowing whale is very large. It is second to none in the Gold Armor continent. There are 4 small secret realms inside the treasure-swallowing whale. 3 of them are built as accommodation for passengers. The treasure-swallowing whale in Old Dragon City only has 1 secret realm. Compared to this one, it is simply shabby. These 3 lichens are actually 3 high-quality land contraction talismans. They can help passengers reach the 3 places directly." Chen Pingan was suddenly enlightened. There were detailed records about the secret realms in the all-encompassing immortal book Annals of the Mountains and Seas. After Chen Pingan read it, he was especially concerned about it because it involved the Blessed Enclave and even the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. He even specially went to the young shopkeeper of the Stork Inn to ask for some knowledge that was not in the book. The people who were born and raised in the inverted hanging mountain, regardless of their cultivation level or family background, were usually very arrogant and knowledgeable. They were all sages, heavenly monarchs, and earth immortals. They did not hold back at all. However, what they saw and heard was heterogeneous and broad. It was indeed better than any other place outside of the inverted hanging mountain. The young shopkeeper did not like to talk much. Perhaps because he regarded Chen Pingan as a benefactor, it was rare for him to have a good chat with him. Many blessed enclaves that aged and decayed on their own or were destroyed by external forces would often leave behind some lands of different sizes after they were destroyed. Therefore, they were called secret realms. In fact, the shop that sold Forget Worries wine on the inverted hanging mountain was the only remaining secret realm of the Golden Millet Blessed Enclave. The many opportunities of cultivators were often inseparable from secret realms. Secret realms could be the icing on the cake and could also provide help in times of need. It could be said that the existence of secret realms of various sizes filled chi refinement warriors with longing and anticipation. Almost half of the itinerant cultivators were able to rise because of their gains in secret realms. If one accidentally entered an unoccupied secret realm, it could be a paradise with the essence of plants, a barbarian land filled with miasma, or a cave where immortals were killed. If one was lucky, one could soar into the sky and soar into the sky. If one was unlucky, one might die of old age or meet with unexpected misfortune. After death, one's belongings would become one of the opportunities of the later generations. Chen Pingan wanted to know if there were any secret realms left in the world after the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven fell. He could ask Wei Pai later. At this time, Chen Pingon walked towards the lichen that led to the treasure-swallowing whale Jade Lake. Lu Tai sighed and quickened his pace. He walked slowly and blocked Chen Pingon's path. He stretched out his hand and said, "I was originally going to the Jade Lake. Since you hate me so much, I won't be an eyesore to you. I can change my residence, add some money, find someone to change my residence and go to the famous enchanting garden. Let's part ways like this. Chen Pingon, you said earlier that you could lend me some money. Does it still count? Otherwise, I can't go to the enchanting garden." This pitiful man looked awkward no matter how one looked at him. Chen Pingon directly took out a large amount of money to avoid disasters. He took a few steps forward and quickly handed it to Lu Tai. Chen Pingon was willing to spend the money as long as Lu Tai would not pester him and let him practice his fist and sword skills. After Lu Tai took the money, he stared at Chen Pingon in a daze. His limpid eyes were full of grievances. Finally, he turned around sadly and most likely went to find someone to discuss changing his residence. When Chen Pingon walked on the strange land shrinking talisman, he saw Lu Tai's joyful face. He winked at him and raised a new jade plate in his hand. The words, Jade Lake, were engraved on it. It turned out that Lu Tai was really short on money. That was why he could only buy the cheapest jade token of the cloud above peak. Then, Chen Pingon gave him a bunch of extravagant lies. Chen Pingon gave him a small sum of money. Lu Tai walked briskly and playfully to Chen Pingon's lichen. He was proud and his face became more beautiful. Before Chen Pingon's figure disappeared, he couldn't help but curse at that girl. "285, Chen Pingon came to a platform in the middle of the lake and looked around. The Jade Lake was vast and boundless, with clouds and mist rising from it. There were over 100 pavilions suspended above the lake, and between the pavilions, there were small paths connecting them. Each pavilion had 2 or 3 small boats floating on the lake to enjoy the scenery. Around the high platform, there were slim and graceful girls in green dresses. Most of them were in their budding years and were very beautiful. They were guiding the guests. The loft that Chen Pingon was staying in was called a Shadow Moon Loft. When he had purchased the jade token, the other party had suggested that this loft was 3 stories high and could be shared with several people. It was more affordable, but Chen Pingon had thought about it and tactfully declined. The treasure-swallowing whale fairy did not find it strange. It was normal for cultivators to like to be alone. However, if it was a mountain cultivator who was used to saving money and was willing to share a pavilion with strangers, it might be possible to build a relationship. On the path of cultivation, it was not a bad thing to have more friends, even if they were just acquaintances. Maybe one day, it would be a great fated chance. After being pointed out by a maid in green dress, Chen Pingon walked down the platform in the middle of the lake and walked slowly along a small path on the lake. On both sides or above his head, there were immortal masters riding on swords or riding the wind from time to time. Not long after Chen Pingon walked out, there was a beauty behind him. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked with small steps. She was very charming. Chen Pingon was a person who was not afraid of trouble. From being a hard-working apprentice in the Dragon Kiln to escorting Li Baoping and Li Huai to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, everything was taken care of by Chen Pingon. However, Chen Pingon was not afraid of this kind of trouble. He was afraid of another kind of trouble. For example, this yin-yang sorcerer named Lu Tai. Although Chen Pingon did not feel uncomfortable instinctively, he was not depressed and gloomy like when he faced Fu Nanhua and Cui Dong. However, when he was not sure whether something was good or bad, Chen Pingon was used to making sure that something was not bad first. On the inverted mountain, how many people dreamed of taking a step into the Lu clan of Yuan Sua Manor? After Chen Pingan heard about Jingjian Pavilion next to Yuanzhou Mansion, he roughly determined the importance of Lu Yuzhou of the White Jade Continent. The first thing he did was to draw a clear line with Lu Yuzhou, who had a good impression of him. Perhaps deep in his heart, Chen Pingan still preferred to live alone in the Pearl Grotto heaven. The feeling of living alone had long been etched in his heart. The disciple of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, who called himself Lu Tai, walked alongside Chen Pingan. He turned to look at the side of Chen Pingan's face and smiled sweetly. Angry? How can a man be so stingy? Be more magnanimous, and you will be able to accommodate more fortune. You should have heard of the Confucian saying that a gentleman is not a tool, right? Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at this strange fellow. Why are you following me around? Your auspicious divination has nothing to do with me. Lu Tai smiled and said, why not? I used the Guyu money you gave me for divination. You have a lot to do with it. You are the one in this chess game of chance. This time, it was Chen Pingan who interrupted him. Guyu money is not given, it is borrowed. Lu Tai wrinkled her slender and charming eyebrows. She thought for a moment and asked softly, always talking about money hurts feelings. Why don't we make a small business deal? I'll use my favorite magic weapon to exchange for more Guyu money. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, then I will owe you first. Lu Tai felt wronged and said, why are you so afraid of me? Do you see me as a scourge? Think about it. On the path of cultivation, we hit it off the moment we met. We can travel hand in hand and see the mountains and rivers. How beautiful is that? Chen Pingan had a headache. It turned out that there were things in the world that could not be explained. He did not know how to explain it. The two walked in silence. Chen Pingan could not explain. Lu Tai looked left and right and said, this secret realm was once part of the small cave of Chuehua. It was occupied by a female immortal who liked to collect the spring water of the world. Unfortunately, she failed to ascend. Not only did she die, but she was also counterattacked by the natural law. The whole cave of Chuehua was fragmented and most of it dissipated between heaven and earth. This lake of azure water is one of the more famous ones because the 300 miles of lake water is one of the famous springs collected by the female immortal. As long as you can catch the essence of the spring water, it is most suitable to make tea. Chen Pingan did not say a word. After walking for 4 or 5 miles, he saw the 3-story Yuan Mountain Tower. The tower was surrounded by corridors under the eaves and surrounded by white jade railings. There was also a small ferry where 2 small boats were docked. Not far from the Yuan Mountain Tower, there was a large lotus field. A lotus girl was rowing a boat, humming a folk song, soft and moving. Chen Pingan stopped and reminded, I am here. Lu Tai nodded. Chen Pingan saw that he was pretending to be stupid and asked directly, I will not invite you in today. If I am free, I will find you. Which building do you live in? Lu Tai pointed at the Yuan Mountain Tower. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly, young Master Lu, please don't joke. Lu Tai raised his hands and held a big handful of small money. Just now at the lake platform, I was forced to make a living. I thought that since we are so close, there would be a place for me to stay. So I sold my place to an extremely rich immortal. Chen Pingan's face was a little ugly. Lu Tai quickly said, don't worry, I won't disturb your cultivation. Just lend me a small boat and I'll sleep on it every day. If there's nothing urgent, I promise I won't enter Shadow Moon Pavilion. I brought some food to fill my stomach, so you don't have to worry about me. As a cultivator, we have to go through hardships. You don't have to feel guilty, suffering is also a kind of cultivation. Chen Pingan's face darkened. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Lu Tai suddenly smiled. Alright, I'll be honest with you. Other than calculating that this trip to the Tongya continent is the best one for me to be conferred the title of Marquis, I've also calculated that the opportunity this time is not in the treasure, but in the words to observe Tao on the balcony. Traveling with you and borrowing your state of mind, no matter how good or bad it is, it can sharpen my Tao heart. This is called borrowing other people's stones to improve jade. At this point, Lu Tai laughed and corrected himself. Wrong, it is using other people's jade to attack stone. Chen Pingan did not care about the wording of Lu Tai, but when Lu Tai said the words to observe Tao, Chen Pingan was both worried and relieved. He was relieved because Lu Tai was most likely not spouting nonsense, so it was not a conspiracy against Chen Pingan. He was worried that he would find the Daoist temple and the old Daoist. If there was an additional Lu Tai with an unknown background, what was it if it was not a new problem? Lu Tai hesitated for a moment, as if he had made a big decision. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you are so wary of me, it will definitely affect my chance of being conferred the title of Marquis. I can tell your fortune seriously once. As long as it doesn't involve too powerful a big shot, my divination will be accurate. But if it involves the immortals of the upper 5 realms, I will suffer a lot. Compared to sleeping on a small boat, I will suffer 1,000 times more. Chen Pingan, this is a rare opportunity, do not miss it." Lu Tai seemed to be afraid that Chen Pingan would not believe him, so he stared at Chen Pingan. "I am not lying to you." Chen Pingan sighed and waved his hand, rejecting Lu Tai's proposal. He only said, "You can stay in Yuan Mountain Tower, but after that, you and I will cultivate separately and mind our own business." Lu Tai looked at Chen Pingan's back with a strange expression. He was in a daze for a while, then suddenly came back to his senses. He looked relieved and quickly followed. In the end, Chen Pingan stayed on the first floor, and Lu Tai chose the 3rd floor, so there was an invisible 2nd floor. Lu Tai lay comfortably on the bed on the 3rd floor, his face full of laziness and satisfaction. He laughed, "Men and women should not touch each other. Since I am here, I will take it as it comes." Chen Pingan no longer cared about the yin-yang disciple surrounded by clouds and mist. Other than the long sword on his back and the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist, he had nothing else. He was all alone and very relaxed. Of course, the only fly in the ointment was the inexplicable Lu Tai. Chen Pingan sat at the table by the window and took out a stack of books from Square Inch Object 15. The Immortal Book, Annals of the Mountains and Seas, 2 books on the Central Divine Continent and the Tongya Continent, and a few travel books on mountains and rivers obtained from the Tsai Kingdom. He placed them neatly on the table, then took out some precious bamboo slips from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, intending to carve some words while reading. Every day, he practiced the mountain quaking fist in the morning, the swordsmanship classics, in the afternoon, and read books at night to learn about the 2 continents. It was very strange. Although it was only a broken secret realm, the Jade Water Lake still had the strange scene of the sun and moon rising and setting on the lake water. Was it a superior trick of the immortals, or was it a unique rule after the grotto heaven was broken? Chen Pingan practiced his punches and stances in the corridor around the Yuan Mountain building. The cool breeze blew gently, and the fragrance of the lotus flowers drifted slowly. In the faintly audible ballad of the lotus-picking girl, the young man in white leisurely punched. In the afternoon, Chen Pingan practiced his swordsmanship only on the spacious 1st floor, and did not go to the corridor outside the building. He still held the sword in the air. Because carrying the long sword chi, on his back could temper the soul, it was in itself a practice. Could it be that he really had to find the ruins of an ancient battlefield and find the souls of the heroes of the battlefield to fight continuously in order to reach perfection in the 4th realm of martial arts? Only then would he be able to skillfully control the Sword Edict talisman. Chen Pingan frowned and pondered. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Lu Tai walking down the stairs. He stopped and reached out to knock on the wall, like a guest knocking on the door. Then he smiled and sat on the steps, still not going to the first floor. Chen Pingan was just about to pick up the Annals of Mountains and Seas to cover the Sword Edict talisman when Lu Tai could not help laughing. Why are you hiding it? It's just a lost ancient talisman. Its rank is not high, but it's pure and simple. I accidentally glanced at it just now and my heart trembled in pain. It's still hurting now. Chen Pingan asked, What do you mean? Lu Tai pointed at the Sword Edict talisman on the table. This talisman is very old. In the entire Lu family, I don't think you can find a second person as young as me who can recognize its origin. The reason why I'm distressed is that you, a pure martial artist, wrote such a terrible ancient talisman. It's really embarrassing. Chen Pingan could not help but interrupt. Isn't it unreasonable for a martial artist to write a talisman? Lu Tai's mouth twitched. Oh. Is that so? Then it seems that the records in my Lu family's library are wrong. Otherwise, my knowledge is shallow. However, Lu Tai did not want to delve too deeply into this topic. He continued, Second, when you draw a talisman, you rely more on that brush. It's not that you have a deep understanding of the art of talisman drawing. Yes, you may have seen the right scenery, but the route you took to get there is crooked. So the talisman you drew can be used, but it's not very useful. Third, the quality of the talisman paper is good, but you made a one-time deal with it. It's even more of a waste. On this point, you can't even say that you're using an unorthodox method, but a crooked one. If the masters of the Taoist talisman sect saw this, they would want to kill you with one punch. Chen Pingan frowned and carefully digested Lu Tai's words. He had to distinguish between the truth and the falsehood before deciding whether it was good or bad. However, Lu Tai was too mysterious. Chen Pingan found it hard to come to a conclusion. Lu Tai smiled and asked, Can you pick up that talisman? I'll take a closer look at the material. I only caught a glimpse of it before, so I'm not too sure. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the Sword Edict talisman. However, he only gave the back of the talisman to Lu Tai. Lu Tai smiled. He did not mind Chen Pingan's caution. After a moment, he nodded and said, It's indeed the precious material of the rejuvenation talisman. You can draw talismans on it and use it repeatedly. A successful talisman's quality and power, as well as the quality of the talisman paper, are very important. Most of the truly good talismen in the world, except for those who pursue power to the extreme, can be used repeatedly. As for you, according to the joking words of an ancestor of the talisman sect, you're called Zhu Yan Ci Jinghua Ci Tree. Well, in the final analysis, it can't be kept. Chen Pingan, don't you think it's a pity? Talisman papers, especially the rejuvenation talisman, burn a lot of money. Alas, I feel sorry for you. Anyway, you, Chen Pingan, have a big family business. You don't have to care about this small amount of money. Chen Pingan looked at Lu Tai and then looked at the Sword Edict talisman on the table again. Lu Tai was a little curious. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at the somewhat vexed youth at the table. He smiled and asked, Didn't the person who gave you these precious talismans say anything? Didn't the person who taught you how to draw talismans tell you that a half-baked talisman master like you must save as much as possible? Chen Pingan sighed heavily. Lu Tai said gloatingly, A pure martial artist of the seventh realm can probably draw a pretty good talisman with just one breath of vital energy. It's a pity that martial artists of this level have walked step by step to the top of the mountain. Their minds are already as hard as iron. Who would run to draw talismans? You were lucky to have such precious talisman papers and talisman brushes. That's why you were able to draw a pretty good talisman. Otherwise, every talisman you draw is equivalent to burning a large stack of silver notes. Yes, you're slightly better. It's only equivalent to burning half a stack of silver notes. Chen Pingan glared fiercely at the guy who was rubbing salt into his wound. Lu Tai chuckled and said, Chen Pingan, you're really interesting. A martial artist who draws talismans has a blade-strengthening gourd and a flying sword. The worst thing is that you have to study hard every day. Aren't you afraid of not doing proper work and delaying your martial cultivation? You'll end up neither a donkey nor a horse, and everything will come to an end. Chen Pingan ignored his sarcasm. He put away the sword edict talisman and started to flip through the annals of the mountains and seas. Lu Tai quietly got up and returned to his residence on the 3rd floor. After that, Lu Tai began to leave the shadow of Shadow Mountain Tower. He either toured the Lake of Jade by boat or visited the treasure house that every treasure-swallowing whale had. The treasure-swallowing whale had such a name because, over the years, it would swallow the wrecked ships that sank to the bottom of the sea into its stomach. And the ferries that could cross continents were often worthy of being called treasure ships. Therefore, an adult treasure-swallowing whale's stomach must be filled with all kinds of strange and rare treasures. It might even contain the golden body slew left behind by the immortals after they were killed. One afternoon, Lu Tai began to take out a tedious tea set from the Fangsuan object. He used a secret technique to extract the essence of the spring water from the Lake of Jade and began to brew tea leisurely in the corridor on the 1st floor. The fragrance of the tea was pleasant. Chen Pingan did not ask for a cup of tea. He just practiced his swordsmanship in the room. Later, Lu Tai would brew tea every day. He would drink tea alone and enjoy the scenery. Often, he would sit for an entire afternoon. One day, when it was close to noon, Chen Pingan was about to finish practicing his kung fu. He saw Lu Tai rowing a small boat back from afar. After fastening the boat, Lu Tai jumped onto the corridor and stood in place. When Chen Pingan passed by him practicing his kung fu, he raised his hand high. There were several boxes of rouge and face powder in his palm. He was probably showing off to Chen Pingan his harvest that day. Not far from the platform in the middle of the Lake of Jade, there were several buildings where the ferries sold their goods. Chen Pingan had only been there once. He felt that it was too black-hearted. He picked up a few similar items and found that the prices were even more exaggerated than the inverted mountain. He completely lost interest in buying anything. Lu Tai tiptoed and jumped back lightly. He sat on the white jade railing and opened one of the boxes of rouge. He took out a small bronze mirror and began to purse his lips. Then, he raised a finger and wiped his long eyebrows with the pad of his finger. His movements were gentle and delicate. Chen Pingan continued to practice his kung fu along the corridor. From beginning to end, he did not look sideways. When Chen Pingan passed by him again, Lu Tai, who was sitting on the railing and carefully drawing his eyebrows, slightly moved the small bronze mirror away. He smiled and asked, "Does it look good?" Chen Pingan did not look at Lu Tai, who was wearing rouge and face powder, nor did he reply. Then, every time Chen Pingan passed by, Lu Tai would ask a different question. "Chen Pingan, don't you think the blush is a bit too bright? The eyebrows here, shouldn't they be drawn a bit thinner?" Using the thin hairpin from the flower-dew house and picking out the rouge from the box will indeed make it more symmetrical and natural. What do you think? Chen Pingan only practiced his kung fu in silence. According to his original plan, he only stopped when it was time to practice. For the last time, Lu Tai did not ask Chen Pingan anything. She only placed the small bronze mirror, hairpin, and several rouge boxes on the railing beside her. She turned her head to look at the large expanse of lotus leaves. Her makeup was exquisite and her eyes were unfocused. Chen Pingan was just about to walk back to the main entrance of the first floor and Lu Tai did not withdraw her gaze. She spoke again. Do you think that a man like me is very laughable? That you even feel a bit disgusted? Chen Pingan stopped and turned to walk toward Lu Tai. About 5 or 6 steps away from Lu Tai, he faced the lake and the corridor and sat on the railing. Lu Tai, who did not receive an answer, was not angry. She smiled sweetly to herself and picked out a box of rouge. She felt that the color was not good and did not live up to its name. She would not use it in the future and was about to throw it into the jade lake. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "How much is this box of rouge?" Lu Tai was stunned for a moment. She also turned around and sat down, facing the lake together. She smiled and said, "It's not too expensive. It's just 1 rouge per box. It's new this year and is very famous. Many famous fairies of the Central Divine Continent love to use it. Alas, it's most likely a trick of those greedy merchants. I was fooled by them." Chen Pingan sighed emotionally. 1 rouge is worth the same as 100 rouges of snow. 100,000 taels of silver, I think. After a pause, Chen Pingan softly said, 1,000 taels of gold cannot buy what one loves. If you buy it, it may not be expensive, but some people will be stunned when they hear the price. Even if you beat them to death, they will not believe that there is such a good rouge powder in the world. Lu Tai was somewhat puzzled. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan, dressed in a snow-white robe, folded his hands on his knees and told Lu Tai the story of the sissy man in the dragon kiln in his hometown. Chen Pingan's words were not heavy, his tone was not heavy, and his expression was not heavy. He told the pitiful life of a dead man to the man beside him. Beside him, he wore a ribbon around his waist and was in high spirits. He was an immortal, more beautiful than the real women in the world. On the other hand, the man in her hometown was just a little skinnier, and he even had stubble. (286) It was just a story. When a jar of old wine was unsealed, it could only be drunk until it was empty. This jar of old wine, such a small matter, seemed to have been brewing in Chen Pingan's stomach for many years. Once it was unsealed and met the right person, the wine would smell. Moreover, Chen Pingan would only drink with the right person when he met him. Lu Tai was the person who drank with him. Even though Chen Pingan liked and respected people close to him, such as Ning Yao, Alliance, Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, and the others, Chen Pingan did not mention this matter. Unfortunately, after listening to this story, Lu Tai did not seem to feel much. In the end, she teased Chen Pingan, telling me this, "Are you saying that a man who goes against reason like me will not have a good ending? In the end, I won't even have a burial mound." Chen Pingan laughed involuntarily. He had no choice but to jump off the railing and return to the first floor. For some reason, after chatting with Lu Tai and talking about this old story, Chen Pingan felt much more comfortable, as if the knot in his heart had been untied. That afternoon, the sword practice was still the avalanche style, but it felt less stagnant and more smooth. After that day, Lu Tai changed her clothes. She wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe, and held a yellow bamboo folding fan in her hand. She changed from a beautiful woman to an elegant young master. This made Chen Pingan feel relieved. Therefore, even when Lu Tai came to the first floor from time to time, either casually flipping through his collection of books or making a pot of tea to watch him practice swordsmanship, Chen Pingan did not say anything. Lu Tai was worthy of being called the most knowledgeable disciple of the school of Yin Yang. She told Chen Pingan many things he had never heard of before. For example, the boxing stance was divided into internal and external, and the sword stance was divided into chi. She also gave some advice and things to pay attention to when polishing the fourth realm. After a pure martial artist entered the chi refining realm, there were many things to pay attention to. The human body had 3 souls. The fetal light was the yang qi of Tai Ching. When a martial artist refined this soul, it was best to pick the time when the sun rose from the east and the morning clouds were dazzling. He did not slack off in his boxing practice. Sincerity could move metal and stone. When Lu Tai mentioned this, Chen Pingan blushed with shame and felt guilty. When he first broke through the 3 realms at the Sun Clan's ancestral residence in Old Dragon City, there was a golden Jiao dragon that pounced down from the sea of clouds, but it was punched back by him. Not once, but twice. At that time, Lu Tai was kneeling by the window. After changing his attire and makeup, he was wearing a high hat and wide belt, with long sleeves, looking like a scholar. He was drinking the tea that he brewed with the essence of the Jade Lake's famous spring water. He was very quick-witted and immediately saw the clue. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. When it came to martial art cultivation, Chen Pingan told him everything. Lu Tai spurted out a mouthful of tea on the spot. He gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up, saying, "The master who taught you Chen Pingan's talisman and fist technique is probably a person who does not care about trifles." Chen Pingan asked if there was any way to remedy the situation. Lu Tai thought about it and drank a cup of tea. He told Chen Pingan that he could try his luck in the Tongyi continent. He told Chen Pingan that he could try his luck and visit some of the temples of the martial saints that still had deities patrolling the world of the living. Throughout history, there were many stunning martial prodigies who had stumbled upon great fortunes in the martial saints' temples. Speaking of this, Lu Tai sighed. He said that before he left home to travel, he heard from his master that there was a young martial artist from the great Duan dynasty who was shockingly talented. He was so powerful that several deities from the warrior sage temples came to him and wanted to give him a martial arts fate. However, that guy was even more outrageous than Chen Pingan. He actually beat back those deities from the warrior sage temples who took the initiative to show their goodwill. Chen Pingan guessed that it was most likely Chao Ci who cultivated on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Tai casually mentioned it. He seemed to be warning Chen Pingan, but also seemed to be reflecting on himself. It didn't matter if he was purely a martial artist or a cultivator on the mountain. On the path of cultivation, luck was very important, but whether one could catch it or not was even more important. Fortune and misfortune were interdependent. There were countless examples of geniuses dying young. Chen Pingan agreed. However, Lu Tai immediately changed the topic. He said that Chen Pingan lived in seclusion and was afraid of all the troubles. He never took the initiative to pursue opportunities and only wanted to avoid them, which was not good. The reason why Lu Tai had such complaints was not only that Chen Pingan did not want to have anything to do with him, but also because this treasure-swallowing whale had opened the restriction of the secret realm of the fourth broken blessed land some time ago. It allowed passengers to enter and explore. As long as the passengers paid a grain rain money, they could enter and cultivate. The ferry would not take any of the gains, but if someone was willing to sell it at a discount, the treasure-swallowing whale would certainly welcome it. This treasure-swallowing whale was a unique possession of the five-weapon sect of the Gold Armor continent. This secret realm contained many remnants of ancient techniques, making it extremely difficult to open, and the price to pay was extremely high. After obtaining this secret realm, the five-weapon sect followed the usual practice of monopolizing it for a full 100 years. In the end, they realized that the gains did not make up for the losses. Therefore, the five-weapon sect simply named this ascending true immortal realm to the public. They imitated the Pearl Cave paradise of the Aquarius continent and collected a toll. In the realm of true immortal, the territory was as large as the entire Pearl Cave. It was only a broken land, but its size was already comparable to the entire Pearl Cave. It could be listed as one of the 72 blessed lands. Its vastness was indeed far greater than the 36 blessed lands. This secret realm was opened once every 10 years. Only Qi cultivators below the Jindan or Yuanying level could enter it. For those who were purely martial artists, there was no threshold requirement. 200 years ago, there was a lucky man in the Fuyao continent. Among the younger generation of the Central Divine Continent, the Liu family's talent, who was known as the Invincible in tea fights, looked at the uncomfortable Chen Pingan from the corner of his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, he found it interesting. Being looked at like this, Chen Pingan naturally became more reserved. Chen Pingan still yearned to be a real scholar. Because there was Mr. Qi, Li Shixing, and the city god of Cai Nation, Xinwen. Even if it was just Zhang Shanfeng's impromptu poetry recital, Chen Pingan still yearned for it. Chen Pingan overcame the discomfort in his heart and asked, "Are you saying that my temperament has gone to the extreme?" Lu Tai was stunned. He was extremely talented and intelligent. He did not answer half-heartedly, nor did he dare to jump to conclusions. If it was an ordinary person, Lu Tai could casually talk nonsense or say something that was not right. But not today. The two of them sat facing each other. Chen Pingan's expression was serious. Lu Tai smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was trapped in a circle. But Lu Tai's intuition stirred. He was a little dazed. It came so early. He had thought that only by setting foot on the land of the Tongya continent, traveling together, and experiencing all kinds of ups and downs, would the signs of an opportunity appear. He had not thought that he would be so unprepared. Lu Tai stabilized his state of mind and began to hold his breath. He solemnly handed a cup of tea to Chen Pingan. "Drink slowly. After you finish drinking, I'll tell you some of my opinions." Chen Pingan did not know the meaning behind it. He just thought that it was an ordinary question and answer. He nodded, took the teacup, and took a small sip. After the incident on Osmanthus Island, Chen Pingan met the old boatman who had admired Lady Osmanthus for 100 years. He was not only the first boatman on Osmanthus Island, but also the only servant before Lu Qin ascended. They traveled the world together. At that time, Chen Pingan had a strange dream. He entered a book and read A Night of Reading. In the small world that the old boatman created with a wave of his hand, he had a question and answer with the old boatman. The old boatman actually said, "Don't destroy my Tao." At that time, Chen Pingan was roughly talking about the two sides of the same rule. He thought that the old boatman's reasoning had gone to the extreme. It seemed reasonable, but was actually unreasonable. Because it was not perfect, it was not as moderate as described in the book. And the root of Taoism was the 4 words, Tao follows nature. Therefore, during the reading in the dream, Chen Pingan vaguely remembered someone saying that Confucianism's reasoning was not about the height, not about how high it was, but whether the reasoning landed on the ground. That person even joked that our Confucian teacher's knowledge was profound and profound. But once, after Tao's seeking, he secretly sighed to a disciple, and even felt a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He said that a certain person's Tao was really high, but, unfortunately, Chen Pingan could no longer remember the content after the "but." He could not remember a single word. It was possible that there was no such person, or that the book did not mention it at all. Today, Chen Pingan asked this question, but of course, it was not to Lu Tai. Chen Pingan did not think too much about it. Ever since Chen Pingan started practicing martial arts, he had read books. Did he really not think about his future? Of course not. He had a 60-year agreement with the Sword Spirit Immortal Sister, and now he had a 10-year agreement with Ning Yao. Chen Pingan's 2 sightseeing trips had even changed from "my punch must be the fastest" to "my punch can be faster, but it must be the most reasonable." One of Chen Pingan's most important words, perhaps no one who heard it at the time paid attention to it. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Chen Pingan slowly put down the tea bowl that he had finished drinking. He smiled and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have never been able to hold on to good things that rely on luck." Chen Pingan said to himself, "I just thought about it and felt that I might have been right in the past. However, if I am still like this now, I am wrong. If I want to go further in cultivation in the future, I have to slowly correct myself." Lu Tai's expression was strange and somewhat solemn. Just now, he was actually using the Lu family's secret mind visualization to peek at Chen Pingan's state of mind. Chen Pingan picked up the tea bowl and said, "Can I have another bowl?" Lu Tai said unhappily, "Do you think this is drinking wine?" However, he still gave Chen Pingan another bowl of tea. Chen Pingan continued, "But I don't think it is right not to follow you to the realm of true immortals. Maybe if I follow you to the realm of true immortals, you won't be able to make any money. Now, you have made a lot of money and I have made money for 3 grains. It's pretty good." Lu Tai himself had stopped drinking tea. He put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "You lent me 2 grains. In fact, you only made 1 grain." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and said honestly, "I think it is 3 grains." Lu Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this guy never thought that he would pay back the money. Chen Pingan drank the tea that he definitely couldn't drink and said softly, "I have to leave some. If I miss it, I miss it. I can't take everything." "Lu Tai, what do you think?" Lu Tai was stunned and then laughed. "Chen Pingan, you are actually avoiding that one." Chen Pingan drank a cup of tea, but at the same time, he was confused. Lu Tai's face was full of resentment. He leaned forward and snatched the tea bowl from Chen Pingan's hand. He waved his sleeve and put away all the tea sets. He stood up angrily and glared at Chen Pingan. "You already know who is the one who went to the balcony to watch the Tao. Who is the one who was conferred the Marquis of Tongye? I am just a small Marquis of Tongye. I lost so much." Lu Tai walked up the stairs and left in a hubbub. Chen Pingan scratched his head in confusion. He only felt that he couldn't make sense of it. For a long time after, Chen Pingan was a little miserable. Lu Tai changed back to women's clothes. Not only did he dress up beautifully, but he also acted coquettishly. Every day, he would come to the first floor to deliberately discuss Chen Pingan. No matter how good Chen Pingan's temper was, he couldn't stand the endless smell of cosmetics and orchid fingers, as well as the extremely annoying winks and coquettish voices. Therefore, one morning, when Lu Tai was sitting on the railing and humming a tune, he punched Lu Tai into the Jade Lake. Lu Tai angrily rushed out of the water. Like a drowned rat, he resisted the urge to stab Chen Pingan to death with his needlepoint and wheat-on flying swords. In the end, he didn't make a move. He just cursed Chen Pingan. "Is this how you treat your half-preacher? Do you have any conscience, Chen Pingan?" However, when it came to his preacher, Lu Tai clearly lacked confidence. But when he scolded Chen Pingan for being heartless, he was full of righteousness. After that, Lu Tai no longer paid attention to Chen Pingan. Time passed slowly. It was dawn when the treasure-swallowing whale arrived at the ferry of Tongye Continent's Fuji sect. Chen Pingan went to the 3rd floor to remind Lu Tai that he could disembark. But the building was already empty. Chen Pingan didn't think much of it. What a strange person. He went from the treasure-swallowing whale to the bottom of the sea to the land of Tongye Continent alone. Chen Pingon walked up to the ferry and stomped his feet. It was just like the first time he walked from Clay Bottle Alley to Fulu Street. He walked from the yellow mud road to the bluestone road. It was full of novelty. Without Lu Tai by his side, Chen Pingon felt pretty good, although he felt a little sorry for that guy. Just as Chen Pingon's footsteps were light and light, he saw a familiar figure beside the bustling shops at the ferry. Chen Pingon immediately grimaced. Lu Tai, who had changed into a long green robe and a jade belt and hairpin, was squatting by the side of the street, chewing on a meat bun. When he saw Chen Pingon, he turned his head to look at the dog squatting beside him. The dog was looking at Lu Tai eagerly. Lu Tai threw the meat bun in his hand to the dog by the side of the street. Lu Tai even raised his eyebrows at Chen Pingon. After Chen Pingon walked over, Lu Tai was still chewing on the meat bun with thin skin and delicious stuffing. He shook his head and was asking for a beating. Chen Pingon bent down and patted the dog's head. Then he gave Lu Tai a kick. "287, Lu Tai sat on the ground. Fortunately, the meat bun in his hand had not been thrown away. After kicking him, that guy still had the face to laugh. "You keep saying that you're afraid of death, but when it comes to me, Chen Pingon, why aren't you afraid of death? Do you really think my needle tip and wheat on are just decorations like those discarded rouge and face powder?" Lu Tai suddenly felt a little depressed because he just remembered that Chen Pingon did not know about the existence of these two natal flying swords. Lu Tai stood up and fiercely ate the meat bun. He warned, the treasure-swallowing whale's punch and Du Ko's kick have already happened twice. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Lu Tai said sternly, "If there's a third time, I'll either kill you or change back into a woman's outfit and disgust you to death." Chen Pingon immediately raised his arm and put 2 fingers together, pretending to swear to the heavens. However, the content of his words was, "If there's a third time, please choose to kill me." Lu Tai suddenly smiled. Seeing that Lu Tai had no intention to pursue the matter, Chen Pingon looked up and saw a towering mountain in the distance. Halfway up the mountain, there was a sea of clouds covering the scenery, preventing people from seeing the mountain scenery. It was said that there were only a few opportunities in a year to see the full picture at the foot of the mountain. A large number of palaces stood at the peak of the mountain. The celestial book, Annals of the Mountains and Seas, recorded this Fuswan sect. There were 2 things that impressed Chen Pingon the most. The Fuswan sect was similar to the celestial master abode of Longhu Mountain. They were not one of the 3 branches of Taoism. They were good at questions and answers of immortals. Simply put, it was similar to the Wind Snow Temple and Marshall Mountain in the Aquarius continent. They could invite immortals, but the difference was whether they were immortals or gods. Then there was the Fuswan sect's mountain. There were many spirits and ghosts, and they were the best in the Tongya continent. Halfway up the mountain, there was a heavenly street that was full of strange things. Chen Pingon had always been interested in those lively and cute spirits. He just wanted to broaden his horizons in the Fuyao sect. If it was in the past, he would only think about it in his heart. But now, he was willing to do it. Moreover, when Chen Pingon walked towards the north, the sword qi on his back would vibrate slightly, thus shaking Chen Pingon's spirit. If he walked towards the south, the sword qi would not move at all. This made Chen Pingon heave a sigh of relief. Heading north, he was getting closer to the Aquarius continent. Lu Tai agreed wholeheartedly to the idea of touring Yaotian Street. He said that some of the trinkets there were not only rare and precious, but they were also reasonably priced. It was a must-visit place for qi refinement warriors to tour the Tongya continent. Seeing that the mountain was not too far from the top of the mountain, some of them walked on foot, some of them walked. Chen Pingon was no longer a fledgling of the pugilistic world. Along the way, he would look at the mountain that was shrouded in clouds from time to time. He was very clear of the prowess of the Fuswan sect. If it was placed in the Aquarius continent, it would only be slightly inferior to the Divine Grandeur sect. This Fuswan sect that was located in the middle of the Tongya continent was a celestial family with the word sect. This meant that there was at least one Jade primitive realm cultivator. Moreover, compared to the Aquarius continent, which had the smallest territory, the celestial family at the top of the mountain in the Tongya continent had more weight and foundation. In addition, there were Tongya sect and Yugue sect in the north and south respectively. The golden-robed old dragon in the Flood Dragon Gully was another. There were only a few of them. As for Lu Tai, he felt even more helpless. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow and bitterly said, "Useless. Don't you have a girl you like? If you do, don't you want her to be prettier? If you don't have 999 girls, you can at least rely on this to chat with them. Do you really think fairies don't fart and don't care about beauty? You deserve to be a bachelor." Chen Pingon was suddenly enlightened. He said resolutely, "Yes. I do." Of course he had a girl he liked. He wanted her to be prettier. No, Ning Yao was already the prettiest. Lu Tai looked at him and shook her head. "Idiot. Even if you do have a girl, you won't be able to keep her." After saying this, Lu Tai did not give up. She pulled out a bamboo fan and clicked her tongue. Can't keep her. Chen Pingon chuckled. Sensing that Chen Pingon was about to make a move, Lu Tai glanced at him and reminded him, "Don't make a move. You're someone who flips through books every day. Even if you're not a gentleman, you're still half a scholar. It's only a few steps away. Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything more than 3 times? The ferry was originally the private property of the Fusho sect. On the way to the Fusho sect's mountain, there were many strange scenes on the road. There were dozens of people riding on a purple python called the Purple-Beard Duke. It was as fast as lightning, but the people riding on it were all very stable. Above their heads, there were often rainbow lights filled with sword chi that flitted past, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After seeing Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain, Chen Pingon was already used to this. Lu Tai explained that the Tongyi sect was very different from the scattered Aquarius continent. There were not many mountains, but many of them were huge. Here, one could not just casually pull out a tattered flag and declare oneself as the king of a mountain. The Tongyi sect's dynasty and the Jianghu were 2 forces that could not be underestimated. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were definitely unrated immortal sections. After all, the Tongyi continent's territory was too big. Moreover, Witchfield did not have a rat's nest. However, in the Aquarius continent, which was south of the Lakeview Academy, there were almost immortal residences in every country. There were definitely none in the Tongyi continent. The 2 of them walked side by side on the side of the wide road. In fact, they were very eye-catching. The women passing by, whether they were immortal masters or daughters of rich families, were willing to cast curious glances at them. They were slightly stunned, mainly because of Lu Tai's elegant demeanor. Both his immortal aura and scholarly aura were very outstanding. This was very rare. Chen Pingon stood beside him, playing the role of a green leaf. Lu Tai sighed with emotion. Let's not talk about the Pusuo continent. It is very powerful. Its literary style is flourishing and there are many immortal masters, especially the mellow scholar Chen Chunan. The Tongyi continent under our feet has a quiet temperament and is similar to virtuous women. It stands aloof from worldly affairs and has the advantage of geographical location. There are only a few cross-continent ferries. There is no road to heaven and no door to hell, so it is more xenophobic. In fact, it is a very big paradise. The Fuyao continent in the southwest is very lively. There is no boundary between the mountains and the foot of the mountain. Chen Pingan suddenly asked in a low voice, Lu Tai, what is your realm? Can you tell me? Lu Tai gently waved his folding fan, his sideburns flying. He smiled and said, the disciples of the Lu family do not care much about the realm. They only care about how far the vision of Guan He can reach. Chen Pingan nodded and said, then it is not high. Lu Tai's mouth twitched. In other words, with Lu Tai in front of you and the pupil in your eyes, wouldn't you be able to cultivate just by looking at me? The old shopkeeper looked at the extraordinarily handsome Lu Tai and then glanced at Chen Pingan with a playful smile. Chen Pingan had goosebumps all over his body and pretended that he did not understand anything. Compared to the pupil that Lu Tai bought, Chen Pingan was more tempted by the group of lively little people beside the pupil. They were as small as grains of rice and were called ears, a homonym for sun. It was a kind of spirit that lived in the ears. It used one's eardrum as the drum's surface and would quietly beat the drum when one fell asleep. However, the owner and others would not hear it. Yet, it could strengthen the owner's yang aura and subtly intimidate many evil spirits that walked in the night. This was a kind of spirit that the rich and powerful at the foot of the mountain would definitely buy at a high price after accidentally being possessed by ghosts. Many Qi cultivators of the 5 lower realms would also carry one with them if they needed to walk in the mountains and lakes due to their low realms. Other than the pupil, Lu Tai also bought a fingernail-sized spider. It was colorful and very pleasing to the eye. However, its name alone was enough to make Chen Pingan stay away from it. Spring dream spiders like to gather and collect those charming and gentle dreams of spring. When a person fell asleep, it could weave a small colorful web on top of their head. The person would then enjoy the beauty of 1,000 gold coins in their dreams. Thus, spring dream spiders were often used by sects and factions as a tool to train the Tao heart of their disciples. It was also one of the must-have items for Taoist sects that advocated dual cultivation. There was a row of small cages near the spring dream spiders. There were many similar species, including pitch-black nightmare spiders, each with their own unique characteristics. Of course, Chen Pingan did not appreciate this kind of spirit. However, Lu Tai liked it very much. He spent 600 snowflakes just because he felt that the spring dream spiders were very cute. Thus, the old shopkeeper's smile became even more profound. After that, Lu Tai got into a fight with a cultivator of the 5 middle realms in a shop over a rare spirit. This time, Chen Pingan did not feel that Lu Tai was extravagant. He felt that the 12 snowflakes were well spent. The reason why Lu Tai was able to win the bid was because the competitor did not have enough divine coins on him. In addition, Lu Tai was very imposing. He had the attitude of, if you are willing to raise the price, I will play with you to the end. Only then did that person leave the shop while cursing. In the palm of Lu Tai's hand, there was an extremely rare mutton fat beast. It was alive and kicking. The little fellow's entire body was made of fine jade. It was condensed from jade essence. Its body was a high-grade heavenly treasure and was one of the best materials for making talisman jade tablets. However, mutton fat beasts had unyielding temperaments. After they reached adulthood, they would choose to commit suicide if they were caught. Thus, they could not be raised. As for the one in Lu Tai's hand, it was accidentally caught by a cultivator. Because it was still young, it did not self-destruct and thus survived. As long as it was raised properly, it could become a priceless living spirit treasure. However, the only drawback was that raising a mutton fat beast was more expensive than buying it. This was because it only ate snow and spent money. The shopkeeper was an average-looking woman. She laughed and said that if it weren't for the fact that the Fuyao sect already had a pair of mutton-fat beasts, such a good thing would definitely be bought away on the same day. The two of them walked along the street, going in and out. Chen Pingan actually took a fancy to 3 items, but he was hesitant. In the end, he was not willing to spend so much money. One was a 3-legged golden toad, one of the heavenly spirit beasts. It was said that it could increase one's fortune. The other was a silver-white treasure-seeking mouse, which had a keen sense of smell for heavenly spirit beasts. There was also a little fellow called the liquor worm. It was born from aged wine. If it was put into new wine, it would only take a few hours for it to have a mellow taste that had been buried for several years. Naturally, it was the favorite of all wine lovers in the world. Chen Pingan did not spend money, but Lu Tai did not stop spending money. The palm-sized dragon-whiskered carp had the body of a carp. Although it was a carp, it had 2 long flood dragon whiskers. These whiskers were heavenly treasures. However, compared to the 2 golden flood dragon whiskers that Chen Pingan had made into the demon binding rope, the quality was naturally inferior. However, this type of dragon-whiskered carp had the advantage of being able to reproduce. Just imagine, if an immortal sect bought several of them and carefully cultivated them, after thousands of years, it would become a pond of dragon-whiskered carp. Lu Tai also bought a bull-howling fish. Its body was no longer than a finger, but it could roar like thunder. Chen Pingan did not understand why Lu Tai bought it. Was it to scare people? Finally, Chen Pingan saw a group of talisman paper figurines in a shop at the end of the street. Their prices were different, and they were cut into various styles. They were roughly divided into 3 types according to their height: a finger tall, a palm tall, and an arm tall. They were lifelike and could be used to clean courtyards, raise flowers, raise birds, help carry books, and so on. Paper figurines were very popular in the world, especially among wealthy sections. They were also divided into different grades. The cultivation, reputation, and sect of the person who drew the talisman largely determined the price of the paper figurines. The quality of the paper was also related. There were sects and businesses that specialized in making paper figurines, and their profits were extremely high. However, although Chen Pingan found these silly little paper figurines to be very interesting, he would definitely not be tempted to buy them. This was because they were expensive and not worth it. Buying them would be useless, and they were not cheap at all. Lu Tai, on the other hand, bought a large stack of folded talisman paper figurines in one go. They were all the shortest type. Lu Tai spent 500 snowflakes to spend money. He said that when he was bored, he would let them practice martial arts on the table. It would definitely relieve his boredom. Chen Pingan had nothing to say to Lu Tai when it came to spending money. There was a stop pavilion 3 or 4 miles up the mountain road on Yelling Sky Street. Chen Pingan knew that there was a saying that it was very derogatory to pretend to be cultured. But Lu Tai was not. Just like how Chen Pingan was a bumpkin in his bones, Lu Tai was a natural romantic and a scholar. Rich people were rich, polite people were precious. This was the true son of a rich family. Chen Pingan could not learn Fan Er's brilliant nature. Chen Pingan felt that he could not learn Lu Tai's free and easy style. On this day, Chen Pingan stood on a tall tree and looked into the distance. He actually discovered that there was a castle in the middle of a mountain range where few people went. Before this, the two of them did not encounter any mountain and river spirits along the way. This place was already 1,000 miles away from the central region of Tongyi continent, where the Fusho sect was the dominant sect. Chen Pingan originally did not want to tell Lu Tai that there was a castle there. He only wanted to bury himself in the journey. But today, Lu Tai, who had always been uninterested in the scenery of the mountains and rivers, jumped onto a branch for the first time. He waved his bamboo fan and laughed. Not bad, not bad. This is a good feng shui place to kill and steal and then frame others. Chen Pingan did not understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but he soon understood. In the surrounding mountains and forests, there were shadows and rustling sounds. Although they were hidden and subtle, Chen Pingan's eyesight and hearing were extremely good. He immediately knew that they were dumplings made by someone. Chen Pingan looked around and said slowly, 4 realms of martial arts, 2 intrinsic flying swords and many talisman. Lu Tai had a telepathic connection. He smiled and said, Qi refinement warrior of the Dragon Gate realm. What a coincidence, I also have 2 intrinsic flying swords and many Dharma treasures. One of them was in a white robe with a sword on his back and a sword-strengthening gourd that had not been taken off for a long time. The other was in a green robe with a jade pendant. A gentleman would not take it off without a reason. The 2 of them were facing a large group of robbers who had deliberately followed them for 1,000 miles. Moreover, most of them were definitely Qi refinement warriors on the mountain. Lu Tai waved his fan gently and said with a smile, before we take action, shouldn't we reason with them first? Chen Pingan's lips twitched. He patted the wine flask at his waist and did not say a word. The reason that he wanted to reason with them was here.